This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1351. Sons of Anarchy? At this moment, Furukawa also sensed that the Six Paths universe was in complete turmoil. This was an unprecedented chaos, with wars rising everywhere and princes vying for hegemony. In fact, the reason why the Six Paths universe has always been so peaceful and calm is because of the existence of heaven. Suppression prevented those careerists from running wild. But things are different now. Heaven no longer has the power to rule the world and monitor every place in detail. This also allows these careerists to find opportunities. They are like bugs, starting to eat the foundation of heaven. Especially those sons of chaos who are empowered by the Nine Masters. They are born with the destiny of heaven and earth. They are simply invincible, sweeping away all enemies wherever they go. Under the leadership of the sons of chaos, heaven's the forces were retreating steadily. In a short period of time, these rebels occupied a large amount of territory and organized a large number of soldiers. For a time, these rebels were powerful. The fate of the entire Six Paths universe was also extremely chaotic at this moment, and it began to cover up the secrets of the sky, even if it was the master cannot detect what the future will be like. After all, at this time, the situation is too complicated. Even a little unexpected factor may affect the future. The scene is extremely chaotic and complicated. And the reason why the heavenly forces they were retreating steadily, not only because most of their power was restrained by the Nine Masters, but more importantly because of the destiny of the Sons of Chaos. Before the heavenly court was completely destroyed, these Sons of Chaos were simply like the children of destiny, adhering to the born by the fate of heaven and earth. It is almost difficult to kill. On the contrary, the more disasters these Sons of Chaos encounter, the faster they grow. Every time they fall into danger, once they survive it, their strength increases by more than 10 times. This is the scary thing about the Sons of Chaos, is that even if the gods in heaven are extremely powerful, it is not that simple to deal with these Sons of Chaos. This is the second method of the Nine Masters. Furukawa touched his chin. He knew the danger of these Sons of Chaos. As these Sons of Chaos continued to attack cities and territories, in fact, they were also constantly devouring the power of destiny in the Six Paths universe and plundering the power of destiny in heaven. And the Sons of Chaos are actually containers for collecting the power of destiny, and they are just tools for the masters. When they are collected to a certain extent, the power of destiny in them will be plundered by the masters. Therefore, the stronger these Sons of Chaos are, the more powerful they are to conquer. The more places there are, the faster you will die. But I have to say that the masters are extremely powerful. If they continue like this, when the heaven is completely destroyed by the Sons of Chaos, the fate of the Six-Path universe will be in their hands. No matter how powerful Furukawa's methods are, I'm afraid there will be no way to save the world at that time. But it is not that simple to destroy these Sons of Chaos. After all, the seeds of chaos in the Sons of Chaos are immortal. Even if it is destroyed, it will be reborn elsewhere and continue to choose another person as the host. Therefore, killing these Sons of Chaos does not completely eliminate these seeds of chaos. However, it is not impossible to kill these Sons of Chaos and eliminate these moths. Furukawa squinted his eyes, and the Chaos Bagua technique deep in his pupils kept spinning, deducing the endless future. He suddenly thought of a way. In fact, there is probably only one way to kill the Son of Chaos, and that is to let the Son of Chaos kill him. To kill the Sons of Chaos, one's own people kill one's own people. In fact, the Sons of Chaos will also kill each other. After all, once they kill each other, they can devour each other's luck and all their cultivation. This is quite just like raising goo. Countless goo insects fight each other until there is only one goo insect left. Then this goo insect is the real goo king. In the same way, these Sons of Chaos will also fight each other and survive. The one who is the real son of destiny will dominate heaven and become the emperor of heaven in the future. Countless seeds of chaos will merge with each other to form a super seed of chaos. Fortunately, I was prepared. Furukawa smiled slightly. In fact, he had expected this a long time ago, so he prepared 4 backup men in advance, namely Tang Sanzong, Sun Wukong, Zhu Xiaomei, and Xiaoyuli. The 4 of them are the sons of destiny, inheriting the destiny of heaven and earth. Born by luck, they will definitely be targeted by the 9 masters and then transformed into sons of chaos. But in fact, the 4 of them are his people, and his backhand has long been left on them. It can be said that the 4 of them are considered he is a spy among many sons of chaos. Of course, no one knows this except Furukawa. Even the 4 Sun Wukongs themselves do not know that they have become Furukawa's subordinates long ago. But it is precisely because no one knows, that's why we can hide it from the 9 masters, otherwise it will be exposed at once. In fact, Furukawa's plan is very simple, that is to use the power of Sun Wukong and the other 4 people to continuously devour the power of the other sons of chaos and increase the power of the 4 of them. Reach the highest realm and devour the infinite power of destiny. At that time, all the power of destiny between heaven and earth will be concentrated on the 4 of them, and they will become the center point of the Great Tribulation, attracting the attention of the 9 masters. In this way, as soon as they arrived, the eyes of the 9 masters were on the 4 of them. At the critical moment, Furukawa took action again and snatched back all the power of fate, making the plan of the 9 masters fall short. Of course, the sons of chaos were fighting each other. It is impossible for the overlord to personally go out to help, and Furukawa naturally cannot do it, otherwise the overlords will definitely find something fishy. With so many sons of chaos fighting each other, it is not that simple to become the strongest one. But Furukawa, I have great confidence in Tang Sanzong, Sun Wukong, Zhu Xiaomei, and Xiaoyuli. After all, they are the protagonists of the world of Journey to the West, and gods and Buddhas all over the sky are acting for them. It can be imagined that the power of luck in them is not only it only brings together the power of luck of the 9 masters and also superimposes the power of luck of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. The 2 are superimposed, which makes their luck unparalleled, far superior to other sons of chaos, and not other chaos at all his son can compare. Of course, the most important thing is that Tang Sanzong, Sun Wukong, Zhu Xiaomei, and Xiaoyuli have the origin words deliberately left by Furukawa on their bodies, which allows them to master part of the power of the law of origin. In this way, how could the other sons of chaos defeat them? If they dared to deal with them, they would probably just come to deliver food, which is not worth mentioning at all. By the way, I wonder how they are doing now. At this moment, Furukawa's heart moved. He wanted to know what the current situation of Tang San, Sun Wukong, Zhu Xiaomei, and Xiaoyuli was. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1352.
Boom ...
In an instant, Furukawa's spiritual consciousness instantly enveloped the entire 6 Paths universe, spreading to every corner of the 6 Paths universe, searching for traces of Tang Sanzong, Sun Wukong, Xiaoyuli, and Zhu Xiaomei. Under such a spiritual consciousness, no one could hide from his search, which almost penetrated 9 heavens and 10 earths. His consciousness was slightly shaken, and he suddenly sensed the auras of Sun Wukong and Tang San. They seemed to be staying together in the same place. Interesting, are they actually united? And he is still staying in Huagua Mountain. Furukawa touched his chin. He sensed that Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang were in the Huagua Mountain. At this moment, the Huagua Mountain had also become a mountain of monsters, gathering endless monsters, and they were like a giant. The power. It must be said that Sun Wukong is indeed the child of destiny. Even if the catastrophe has not come before, her rise is faster than ordinary people, and she has become one of the most powerful children of chaos in a short period of time. In fact, she was defeated by Sun Wukong. There are actually quite a few Sons of Chaos who have been killed with one blow, which is why Sun Wukong's progress is so rapid, far surpassing that of the gods and Buddhas in the sky. This is not just the case for Sun Wukong, but also for Tang Sanburian, who died under Tang Sanburian's hands. There are also many sons. The strength of the two is almost indistinguishable. They are between brothers. At this moment in the Flower and Fruit Mountain, at this time, Huagua Mountain has become a veritable mountain of monsters. Among the nearby mountains, there are monster saints living one after another, and each mountain is inhabited by a monster race. Countless mountains unite together to form a vast mountain range, rising and falling on top of each other. Endless demonic energy covers all directions, seemingly turning into a kingdom of monsters. Above the sky, demonic clouds are densely covered, covering the void with a radius of hundreds of millions of light years. It is simply shocking the three realms and making people fearful. Other races dare not approach this place at all. Obviously, during this period of time, Sun Wukong conquered countless monsters, making himself the king of monsters and making Huagua Mountain a holy land for monsters. Even among the various rebel kings, Huagua Mountain is a behemoth that cannot be underestimated. I didn't expect that our Huagua Mountain would have such a grand event. An old monkey sighed with emotion. He remembered that the Huagua Mountain back then was just an ordinary hilltop. There weren't even many monsters. It was just a hilltop occupied by monkeys like them. The Sun Wukong back then just jumped out of a stone. They are just ordinary monkeys. Many monkeys and monkeys just eat bananas and kiwis all over the mountains and plains without any worries. But now, demon saints from all walks of life gather in Huagua Mountain. Obviously, Huagua Mountain has become a holy place, and the status of these monkey grandsons is also extremely high. Even if I beat it to death, I would never have thought that I would be so majestic now. Even many demon saints have to bow their heads to me, nodding and bowing with great respect. Nothing in the world is changing so fast. Is not that right? Originally, our Huagua Mountain was just an ordinary mountain. Although it was full of spiritual energy, it was nowhere comparable to those cave, heaven paradises. But now, demon kings and demon saints from all walks of life gather here just to pay homage to the king and gather under his banner. This is simply
unprécédentée grande occasion.
The other old monkey was extremely excited. He felt that he had become a leader now. He followed the great King Sun Wukong and became an important minister of the court. He enjoyed endless glory and wealth, as well as the respect of the monsters. Even if he died now, he would feel that he would live in peace for the rest of his life. It has lived enough. How could it have imagined that it would have such a majestic day? The mountains are famous if they have immortals, and the water has dragons and spirits. The same is true for our Huagua Mountain. It is precisely because of the existence of the king that our Huagua Mountain has become a holy mountain in the minds of many monsters. Countless monsters yearn for it and come all night to make pilgrimages. A monkey said in a deep voice. It is very rational and knows very well that the reason why Huagua Mountain has become a sacred mountain for countless monsters is not because there is anything special about Huagua Mountain. There are huge mountains like Huagua Mountain in the world. There are simply countless. But there are not many such spiritual mountains that can become the holy mountains in the minds of the monsters. There is only one reason why such a thing happened, and that is the appearance of Sun Wukong, who lives here. Only in this place will Huagua Mountain become world famous. And their status will also increase. This is the so-called one person attains the Tao, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. I remember that when the king just returned to Huagua Mountain, he was unknown. The heavens sent people to suppress us. Demon kings from all walks of life came to fight against the autumn wind. The Dragon King of the East China Sea was still arrogant and domineering in front of us. The messengers from hell also came to seduce our souls and try to bully us. Huagua Mountain, but now, The king personally took action and defeated enemies from all directions and became a famous demon saint. Is not that right? 108 demon saints came to Huagua Mountain before, trying to defeat the king, but unexpectedly, they were all killed by the king in 2 or 3 blows. Those monsters were all subdued in Huagua Mountain and became our men, and our Huagua Mountain's power is getting bigger and bigger. Many monkeys were talking about it. They also remembered the misery of Huagua Mountain. When there was no reputation, any monster would come over and try to bully them. It can be said that they are soft persimmons and others can pinch them as they want. No matter how hard it is, there is nothing I can do about it. But it is different now. Since Sun Wukong returned to Huagua Mountain has risen rapidly, fighting in the north and south, and defeated countless enemies who tried to invade Huagua Mountain. What demon saints from all walks of life? What? The Dragon King of the East China Sea, the netherworld of the underworld, etc. were all no match for his king Sun Wukong, and were all defeated. From then on, no one dared to come to Huagua Mountain to run wild. And the monkey son living in Huagua Mountain, life is getting better day by day. It can be said that compared to the unknown place at the beginning, Huagua Mountain is much better now. It is simply famous all over the world, and all kinds of monsters are like thunder. Among all the rebel kings, Huagua Mountain Guishan is also the most famous one, and Sun Wukong is also called the Monkey King, the leader among countless demon saints. At this time, inside Huagua Mountain, many demon saints gathered together to discuss important matters. Your Majesty, I think we should immediately send troops to heaven to destroy the remaining power of heaven and replace them. Then Your Majesty will be the true Lord of Heaven, live as long as heaven, and become the Emperor of Heaven. A demon saint immediately said. It encouraged Sun Wukong to immediately send troops to attack the heavenly court, seize the position of the Emperor of Heaven, and let Huagua Mountain replace the heavenly court. The eyes of the other demon saints were shining brightly, and they were obviously moving. In fact, they were against. I have been thinking about this for a long time, and now I just want to say it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1353. That's right, Your Majesty. Now that heaven is under attack from both sides, this is our best opportunity to counterattack. Please, Your Majesty, please send troops immediately to attack the heavenly court and kill the Emperor of Heaven. Many demon saints couldn't help but speak, trying to encourage Sun Wukong to send troops to attack the heaven. Attack heaven? Hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked. Is heaven so easy to fight? Is it that we can attack it if we want to? Why so anxious? Although she is a bit reckless and is good at using force, it does not mean that she is stupid. Heavenly Court is a behemoth that has suppressed the 6 realms for countless epochs. There are countless masters and powerful powers. How can such a terrifying force want to overthrow? Can be overthrown. If she is not careful, she may be suppressed by the heaven and never be reincarnated. In fact, she is not a very ambitious demon king. The reason why she became the leader of various demon kings is purely due to the situation. Yes, it was the general trend of the times that forced her to become the demon king. But now that it was over, she couldn't change anything. Don't worry, my lord, a demon saint immediately said. Now that heaven has become a rat crossing the street, everyone is shouting and beating it, and now there are endless forces that resist heaven. It is conceivable that heaven has angered many people, and it can be said that it is the anger of heaven and the resentment of people. Now that the king is taking action to resist heavenly court, he is acting in accordance with heaven and adhering to the will of heaven and earth to destroy heavenly court. This is actually acting in accordance with heaven, so overthrowing heavenly court is an easy matter. It was impassioned and uplifting. It felt that it was too easy to overthrow the heaven. The current heaven is just a rotten tree. It looks very powerful and invincible. But in fact, the roots have long been rotten. If they push it lightly, this big tree will collapse suddenly. That's right, Your Majesty. Please don't forget that even if we don't attack heaven, won't heaven come to attack us? The power of our Huagua Mountain is so powerful that it is impossible for heaven to tolerate our existence. The ordinary man is not guilty of the crime of harboring the jade. Our power is too strong, which will definitely arouse the fear of the heavenly court. The heavenly court has surrounded and suppressed our Huaguashan 7 times before, but all returned without success. This is ironclad proof. A demon saint said solemnly. In fact, Sun Wukong did a series of things before, such as attacking the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, going to hell to disturb the underworld, attacking other demon kings, and doing a series of illegal and criminal things, which has long aroused the concern of heaven. Attention! And Sun Wukong also became a wanted criminal in heaven. He was once attacked by hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, and Huagua Mountain once became an extremely tragic battlefield. Of course, in the end, Sun Wukong single-handedly came back and defeated those heavenly soldiers. The heavenly generals fought back all, causing the power of the heavenly court to return in vain. It was precisely because of resisting the sieges of the heavenly court again and again that Sun Wukong became famous, making Sun Wukong the leader of the resistance in the eyes of various demon saints. So these demon saints came quickly from all directions and gathered under Sun Wukong's door, hoping to be protected by Sun Wukong. After all, once they become wanted criminals in heaven, there will be no place for them in the whole world. Now that they have received Sun Wukong's protection, they have a glimmer of hope. That's right. If we don't take advantage of Tianting's weakness now and take a big bite, then when Tianting regains its strength, our Huagua Mountain will be completely ruined and there will be no chance of turning around. Once the attack on heaven is successful, then we can transform ourselves into gods in heaven and rule over a certain area. Princes and generals Xianxia have the guts. Those rotten guys can become gods in heaven. Why can't we? Many demon saints are talking about it, encouraging Sun Wukong to attack the heaven. In fact, they are also very ambitious. If the attack on the heaven is successful, then Sun Wukong can become the new emperor of heaven, and these heroes can naturally become the gods of heaven.
Controlling a party.
This is the power of Zonglong. Which of them doesn't want to replace heavenly court? After all, this represents unimaginable benefits. The government forces the people to rebel, and the people have no choice but to rebel. I would like to see what the Emperor of Heaven is capable of and can become the Lord of the 6 Paths. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. She thought clearly. Although she just wanted to be happy in Huagua Mountain at the beginning, as time went by, Huagua Mountain gradually grew, and all the demon saints surrendered. And she has become the boss of all the demon saints. Under this situation, even if she wants to surrender, it is impossible for her to surrender. If she wants the monkeys in Huagua Mountain to survive, the only way is to defeat the heavenly court and bring down the Emperor of Heaven. Instead, no one will be able to do anything to her. So attacking the heavenly court is something that cannot be done. After all, they have been forced to this point. But Your Majesty, we actually have to be careful of other anti-kings. In fact, our opponents are not just heaven but also all kinds of anti-kings. They are also our opponents, even more fierce opponents. A demon saint reminded. The other demon saints couldn't help but nod. It is indeed the case. Don't look at all the anti-kings now attacking the heaven. In fact, these anti-kings may not all have the same intention. These anti-kings all have the same intention. If you have your own little calculations and your own interests, you may stab them in the back at any time. Sometimes they're stabbed in the back by your own people, which is simply impossible to guard against. In fact, this is not the first time such a thing has happened. What those anti-kings want to do most is to kill other anti-kings and annex all the forces and territories of other anti-kings. Even if they kill other anti-kings, that is, if they kill other sons of chaos, they will get all the power and territory of the other anti-kings. With cultivation and memory, you can improve your cultivation in an instant without any training at all. So with such benefits, you can imagine how crazy the other Sons of Chaos are. They simply want to kill other Sons of Chaos and kill each other. Instead, sometimes these anti-kings will be extremely wary of each other and will never form an alliance easily. Don't worry, I've known this for a long time. If they don't dare to come, that's all. If they dare to come, I'll beat them to death with a stick. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, exuding unparalleled strength and evil aura. After killing many Sons of Chaos, her strength has long been promoted to the realm of Hongmeng Saint. She is many times stronger than before. It can be said that today times are different from the past. She is no longer a student who has just graduated from Monster Academy. Generally speaking, it is impossible for her cultivation to improve so quickly, but with the assistance of the 9 Masters and the assistance of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the convergence of the fortunes of heaven and earth. This also makes Sun Wukong's progress extraordinary, which is simply not comparable to other cultivators. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1354. Huh? What happened? Why is there a little nun on Huagua Mountain? At this time, a demon king who had just joined the demon king immediately discovered that there was a little nun sitting next to Sun Wukong. She was sitting cross-legged, meditating and chanting sutras. Her body was filled with bursts of Buddha's light, which was unfathomable. It seemed that she alone was sitting there. Sitting in this place, you can eliminate endless resentment and murderous intent. She is simply a peerless Buddha walking in the world. Countless monsters couldn't help but crawl on the ground when they saw her, believing in the Buddha. Shut up, you little nun. This is the burial of Tang San, the living Buddha. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Another old demon king cursed in a low voice. Living Buddha? No, it's obviously a Buddha. Why does it come to Huagua Mountain? Why does it come to the place where we monsters are? Doesn't anyone think it strange? The demon king was stunned and didn't understand why such a thing happened. To a certain extent, the demon clan and Buddhism are actually hostile. After all, Buddhism is a force in heaven and plays a decisive role in the 6 Paths universe. Status. As for their Huagua Mountain forces, they are against the forces of heaven. Now there is actually a Buddha staying in the Huagua Mountain. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Of course it was strange at first, but after a while, everyone got used to it. The old demon king said helplessly, "It is said that before the king started to become rich, the holy monk Tang Sanzong appeared in Huagua Mountain and tried to convert the king. Of course, the king did not agree, and as a result, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two sides. No way, this is just a little nun. How can she still compete with the king?" Hearing this, many newly joined monsters were shocked. They knew Sun Wukong's achievements. He was the real Monkey King, with unparalleled fighting power and invincible at the same level. Since his debut, Sun Wukong has never suffered a defeat and is proficient in somersault clouds, 36 transformations of earth evil, immortality, etc., and even gets stronger when he encounters a strong one. Sun Wukong can also learn everything the enemy knows in an instant, and often breaks through his own cultivation in battles, is the well-deserved god of war in the 6 Paths universe. But this little nun can actually compete with an existence of this level. Of course, don't underestimate Tang San's burial. It is said that she is the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, the great disciple of Buddha. She is an out-and-out living Buddha with earth-shattering cultivation. The old demon king said cautiously, "She fought with the king for 10 days and 10 nights, and they fought to pieces, but there was still no winner. In the end, the two sides ended in a draw, but Tang Sanzuan did not leave. Instead, she stayed in the Huagua Mountain, trying to save the king and influence other monsters. Over time, she became the national preceptor of the Huagua Mountain and was respected by all the monsters." So scary? Are there no monsters who have any objections? A demon king asked. Have opinions? Who dares to have an opinion? The old demon king said helplessly. Although Tang San is a Buddha, he is different from ordinary Buddhas. He is extremely violent and good at physical transformation. All demons that refuse to obey will be sent to reincarnation and beaten to death with one punch. Over the years, those unconvinced demon kings who came down have all been beaten to death and sent to reincarnation. Now the remaining demon kings are the ones who know how to promote. And even the king couldn't do anything to her. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement. Tang San was allowed to stay in Huagua Mountain to transform other monsters, but he could not harm the monkeys in Huagua Mountain. Oh my god, a monk can be so cruel? Many demon kings couldn't help but swallowed their saliva and looked at the little nun Tang Sanbian with great fear. Who would have thought that such a cute little loli could be so cruel behind her back? Haha, it's not just as simple as being cruel. It is said that in order to save trouble, she often spreads rumors outside, saying that one bite of Tang monk's meat on her body can lead to immortality and immortality. The old demon king whispered. As a result, this rumor spread immediately, attracting countless monsters, trying to kill Tang Sanbian and devour the flesh and blood of Tang Sanbian. After all, who doesn't want to live forever? Who doesn't want to achieve immortality? The question is, how could Tang San be so easy to kill? As a result, these monsters who came to the door were all killed by the master with one punch, and all of them were sent to reincarnation. Damn, this is fishing law enforcement. Juby is fishing law enforcement. It's really despicable and shameless. Fortunately, Senior said it in time. Otherwise, we would have been fooled too. Is not that right? I've heard before that eating the flesh and blood of Tang San's body can lead to immortality. I thought it was true, but I didn't expect it to be a trap. The purpose was to attract us to die. Are all eminent monks so insidious and despicable? Many demon kings were stunned, yelling, and their faces turned green with fear. In fact, they had heard similar rumors before, and they wanted to take action against Tang Sanzong. Fortunately, the old demon king exposed the other party's conspiracy in time. Let them wake up, otherwise they may be directly transformed physically by this little nun and sent to reincarnation. Just thinking about this matter, their hairs stood up. This time when they watched Tang San's burial again, we are no longer looking at a living Buddha, but a peerless demon. Keep your voice down. Don't be so loud. Master Tang is a very narrow-minded person. If she hears someone say bad things about her, she may die without knowing how. The old demon king whispered. Before, a demon accidentally sneezed in front of Master Tang and woke up Master Tang. As a result, he was suppressed under the mountain and imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. It has not yet been released. Release it. What? As soon as these words came out, the faces of many monsters turned green. How could they have imagined that Tang San was so terrifying? Not only was he powerful and despicable, but he was also petty. If they offended such an eminent monk, they would not even know how to die.
Death.
There is no doubt that this little loli in front of me must not be offended, or even spoken to.
Whoosh.
At this moment, a monster soldier suddenly came over and looked at the old monster king with pity. King Crow, you stepped into the gate of Huagua Mountain with your left foot yesterday morning and violated the rules of Huagua Mountain. This crime is very serious. The Imperial Preceptor will punish you by cleaning the toilets of Huagua Mountain for 10,000 years. I don't know if you can convinced. This. Many demon kings held their breaths and did not dare to speak loudly. Just because they left the door yesterday, they were punished to clean the toilet. What an exaggeration. The saying that there is no excuse to impose a crime, this is clearly it's so shameless to retaliate. I am convinced. The Crow King was trembling with fear and sweating profusely. He didn't know that he talked too much and had already offended Master Tang San, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. If he dared to continue talking nonsense, I'm afraid he wouldn't be cleaning the toilet. It's simple, it will be transformed into physical form directly and sent to reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1355. At this time, Furukawa, who was staying in the study, naturally sensed the scenes in Huagua Mountain. Interestingly, Sun Wukong and Tang San are actually united. According to the strength of the two of them, I am afraid that they can be invincible in front of many Sons of Chaos. It will not be long before they sweep away the other Sons of Chaos and become one of the strongest Sons of Chaos, swallowing up the luck of other Sons of Chaos. Furukawa touched his chin. Although the forces of Huagua Mountain now want to attack heaven, but before attacking heaven, these Sons of Chaos will fight each other, and the winner will inevitably be decided. After all, their strength is still inferior to Heavenly Court. The training time is really too short. Only by devouring the cultivation of other Sons of Chaos can we make rapid progress. Therefore, it is inevitable that the Sons of Chaos will fight each other. But we still have to let these Sons of Chaos go to trouble Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzong to speed up their evolution. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. In fact, it is not difficult for those Sons of Chaos to take the initiative. It is enough to activate the power of their inner demons and blind their minds. And the power of the inner demons is silent and invisible. Without a trace, even the 9 masters could not detect it.
Wow.
Thinking of this, he lightly pointed and used the power of the big heart magic to immediately cover the bodies of many Sons of Chaos, causing the power of inner demons on them to greatly increase. Immediately, the images of Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang appeared in the depths of the consciousness of these Sons of Chaos, and they immediately regarded them as their biggest enemies. But at this time, there was another place, the country of pigs. I saw that this country covers an area of hundreds of millions of light years. It is not only the people of the pig family who live there, but also the people of many other races. This country is Pig Little Sister, the country ruled by Zhu Beiji. After countless years of development, Zhu Beiji, who was originally just a bandit, became more and more powerful as time went by and occupied an increasingly larger area. Originally, she was just a little bandit, but there were too many forces and races that took refuge in her, and eventually a super country was formed. After all, in such a chaotic era, without the protection of a top power, ordinary life can easily be wiped out, so top beings like Zhu Beiji will naturally attract countless forces to seek refuge. This is also the way for weak life to survive. And Zhu Beiji also became the king of the pig country. At this moment, a group of powerful people arrived in the pig country. They were all people who came to the pig country to seek refuge with Zhu Beiji, and they all looked uneasy. Is this the country of pigs? It is worthy of being a famous superpower around. There are so many masters here that it is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Someone looked around curiously, and she immediately sensed that there were peerless masters hidden around them, each of them exuding an unfathomable, terrifying aura. It seems that we are indeed right to seek refuge in the pig country this time. Only by joining such a powerful country can our race have hope of survival, otherwise we will surely die. The other person said, in a deep voice. It is said that the king of the pig country is called Zhu Beiji, and his nickname is Big Mom. He likes to accept other people as his sons and daughters. There is no doubt that they are participating in history. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1359. At this time, Furukawa, who was standing in the study, also sensed the auras and movements of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaoyoli, and Zhu Beiji. Sure enough, it has completely grown up. Furukawa smiled slightly. These four little guys were just little ones back then, but after so many years, the four of them have become pivotal figures in the Six Paths universe, and every move they make can affect the situation in the Six Paths universe. It can be said that the four of them are the center of the disasters in the world. They can affect the whole body with just one move. Once activated, the disasters will increase rapidly with their strength. He can sense the endless power of luck and the power of disasters. Beginning to converge on the four of them, the situation in the world will revolve around the four of them. Especially under the influence of Furukawa's big heart magic, the Sons of Chaos in the world became even more crazy, and they began to fight each other. And also began to attack Sun Wukong and the other four. After all, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaolioli, and Zhu Beiji are extremely powerful Sons of Chaos. If they can be killed, they will gain unimaginable power. The four of them, just like a super boss, once defeated, you can gain a lot of experience and drop treasures. Players will naturally attack and kill them one after another. Of course, for other Sons of Chaos, the most important thing is the threat of Sun Wukong and the other four. Because everyone is a Son of Chaos, born according to the fate of heaven and earth. In the end, there can only be one protagonist between heaven and earth, which means that in the end they still need to fight each other. In this case, like Sun Wukong and others, the Sons of Chaos, which pose a huge threat, are naturally the first to be attacked and are the enemy they most want to destroy. Because if they don't destroy them now, will they wait until the strength of Sun Wukong and others has increased to an unimaginable level before taking action? This is purely asking for death. On the way. So these Sons of Chaos will definitely find trouble for Sun Wukong and others first. Has the fighting started? Furukawa touched his chin. He sensed that many Sons of Chaos have begun to attack Sun Wukong and others. It is estimated that before long, there will be an earth-shattering battle between the two sides. Probably before attacking the Heavenly Court, these Sons of Chaos will first civil strife breaks out and they compete with each other. It seems that the decisive battle will begin soon. Furukawa's eyes flashed. He was extremely sure that once these Sons of Chaos began to break through the defenses of heaven, he would directly face the Nine Masters, and that would be the moment when the decisive battle began. Thinking of this, he sat cross-legged on a table on the futon. I meditated peacefully, immersed in the understanding of the law of origin, waiting for the moment of decisive battle to come. At this moment, many Sons of Chaos gathered together. I believe you all know why we gathered this time. A Son of Chaos said. Of course I know. Naturally, it is to assassinate Sun Wukong and Tang San. Another Son of Chaos said. You are right, it is indeed to assassinate them. These two guys are also Sons of Chaos, but their strength is superior to us. If we continue like this, we will definitely die. By then, we will all become their stepping stones. Everything you have worked hard for will be used as a wedding dress for others. This is absolutely intolerable. The Son of Chaos gritted his teeth. He knew that although he was a Son of Chaos and a Son of Destiny who was born with the fate of heaven and earth, he was not the only one.
There were still many existences like them.
Even countless Sons of Chaos would definitely turn against each other. Fight until there is only one left, and the remaining Son of Chaos is the true Son of Destiny and becomes the Emperor of Heaven. In other words, everything they do now is just for the birth of the last Emperor of Heaven. If this is really the case, if so, they hope to be the last one to survive. For this purpose, they must eradicate all competitors. And powerful competitors like Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzong have naturally become a thorn in their side. So I hope that everyone will cooperate sincerely this time, absolutely not stabbing in the back, and go all out, otherwise we will all die and be defeated by Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzong. The Son of Chaos said seriously. Don't worry, we understand this. Guys like Sun Wukong and Tang San are too strong. They are so strong that it is unreasonable. If we still don't cooperate, then we will definitely die. That's right. In fact, we are not fools. We know what a threat is, and what a friend is. If we are not united now, we will wait to die in the future. I can't wait to assassinate Sun Wukong and Tang San. I will definitely not allow their cultivation to continue to improve. Otherwise, we will be completely finished. Why are we still attacking the heaven? Let's wait to die. In short, before attacking the heavenly court, we must first deal with these threatening guys. Otherwise, once the heavenly court is breached, we may no longer be of any use. Many sons of chaos are talking about it. They know that their destiny is to attack heaven and replace it. Before that, they were invincible. Under the influence of the power of fate, they are invincible. But once they succeed in attacking heaven, then the mission is over. If the mission is over, they will no longer be the children of destiny, nor will they be protected by fate. In this way, they will be no different from ordinary monks. If the enemy secretly assassinates them, I am afraid they will be completely destroyed. They are dead and will never be as unscrupulous as before. So, to a certain extent, they do not want to attack heaven so soon. After all, once heaven is breached, it will be a disaster for the weak sons of chaos. Some weak sons of chaos actually hope that the chaotic situation will continue for a while to provide them with time to develop. This is the best situation for them. In addition to Tang Sanxian and Sun Wukong, Shao Yuli from the original Ancient Snake Cult and Zhu Beiji from the Pig Kingdom are all very threatening, and they also need to be eradicated. When will I start assassinating these guys? I can't wait. That is, once we kill them, their cultivation will completely belong to us. By then, we don't know how high our cultivation will be. 3 days later, we took action collectively and surrounded and killed the 2 people in Lefengpo. Many sons of chaos are full of murderous intent. They have already made plans to completely kill all these threatening guys and eradicate them completely. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1360. At this time, the 9 Masters also sensed the actions of the Sons of Chaos. After all, the 6 universes were under their control, and the Sons of Chaos were also their pawns. Therefore, every move of these chess pieces cannot be hidden from their perception. It's strange that instead of attacking heaven, these Sons of Chaos are killing each other. Is there something wrong? The Dominator Talisman Beast frowned. Out of its instinct to dominate, it felt that something was a little bit wrong, but it couldn't tell what was wrong, so it was extremely confused. There is nothing surprising. This is the bad nature of life. After all, for these Sons of Chaos, killing other Sons of Chaos can immediately achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Such benefits are so great that it is impossible to stop them. It is also inevitable. The Dominator Picture Beast said lightly. It didn't think there was anything strange. Instead, it thought it was a matter of course. When things progress to a certain level, these Sons of Chaos will naturally kill each other. Just like after a country is unified, there is no if foreign enemies are eliminated, internal struggles will naturally occur. This can be said to be inevitable for the development of a country, and no one can avoid it. To a certain extent, this is the fate of a powerful country, which cannot be avoided. Indeed, there is only one Son of Chaos left, and only one can reach the top. Naturally, the other Sons of Chaos cannot sit still and wait for death, and will definitely unite to kill those strong ones. The Dominator Giant Axe laughed. It has seen similar things countless times. In fact, when it was weak, it would also choose a similar strategy, unite the weak and kill the strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat the strong like clouds. Fight your way out of the era. This is the strategy of the weak. But if this is the case, won't it weaken the power of the Sons of Chaos? Heaven has not yet been wiped out, but these Sons of Chaos have actually started killing each other. They are really useless trash. They can only fight in a nest, and the mud cannot hold up the wall. The Lord's gray eyes snorted coldly. It actually felt that these Sons of Chaos were indeed bandits who only relied on the power of luck, just like the bandits of the peasant uprising at the end of the dynasty. These bandits didn't know any strategy at all. Do not know what war is. They only know how to fight with the wind, and once they are defeated, they will be defeated. Even in order to obtain immediate benefits, they often burn, kill, and loot, arousing people's anger and fighting among themselves. It can be said that people like this are called rabble. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a mob or anything. It's enough if the power of these sons of chaos is enough to overthrow the heaven. Once the heaven collapses and the luck dissipates, the masters of the 6 realms of reincarnation will not be able to take the advantage of the landlords to compete with us. When the time comes, the boy will definitely die. The Lord of Vientiane Castle said calmly. It was very calm and relaxed. It felt that these things were nothing. It was like a peasant uprising and bandits running rampant. Generally speaking, these peasants and bandits were basically before they overthrew the dynasty. They are just cannon fodder. Their biggest role is to shake the foundation of the dynasty, consume the last bit of vitality of the dynasty, and then allow other princes to take advantage of the momentum and successfully establish a new dynasty. However, their purpose is not as simple as overthrowing the heavenly court and replacing it, but it is to destroy the trump card of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, so that the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation cannot control the power of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. In this way, they will be sure of victory. That's right, let them kill them. In fact, the current 6 Paths universe does not need so many sons of chaos. If it is powerful enough, one son of chaos is enough to overthrow the rule of heaven. The Dominator's bloody mouth said with a smile. It actually likes to hear and see similar things, and feels that this is simply a good show. In this case, let them act on their own. If they go too far, stop them in time. After all, after overthrowing the heavenly court, it will not be too late for them to fight again. The Lord of Eternity said calmly. However, the power of these sons of chaos is still too weak, and it is still necessary to speed up the progress of their cultivation so that they will be more sure of overthrowing the heaven. The master of the chaos god's tomb said, "Take out some of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures we have that can increase our cultivation, and give them all to those sons of chaos." In fact, after countless reincarnations in the universe, even if these masters did not deliberately collect them, they still accumulated countless treasures of heaven and earth. If these treasures are taken out casually, they will cause huge waves in the origin continent and the madness of countless masters of the universe. Of course, for a being of the master's level, these treasures are nothing, just like the antiques in the home of the world's richest man. Although they are expensive, the richest man will not take them seriously. Even if all these antiques are stolen by thieves, they will not be injured. In the same way, even if the masters lose these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it is nothing. In this case, these mortals are really cheap. These treasures may be nothing to us, but to the Lord of the universe in the origin continent, they are incredible treasures, enough to buy a country. Lord of the infinite prisons said with his tongue. It doesn't matter, it's just some external things, and they will come back after a while. But if this war fails, then we will be completely finished. It doesn't matter if we let those mortals take advantage. The Lord of Chaos God's tomb said in a deep voice. It feels that it has reached a critical moment in the war. A little increase in the chance of winning is a little chance of winning. Losing a little bit of natural resources is nothing, it is just childish. After all, after reaching the realm of dominance, they can have as many so-called treasures as they want. Haha, I am not stingy. I just think that those mortals are lucky enough to encounter such a world trend. If it were normal, how could they take off so quickly and obtain a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Dominator of the Infinite Prison Road. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We will immediately secretly send these treasures to those sons of chaos, so that their cultivation will rapidly increase and the power of chaos will be enhanced. The ruler of the Eternal River said in a deep voice.
Wow.
In an instant, the 9 masters immediately took action and took out pieces of holy medicine, magic medicine, and elixirs from themselves and scattered them in various corners of the 6 Paths universe. These holy medicines, Magic medicines and elixirs all fell in some ruins, in some valleys, on some grasslands. In short, they all fell near these sons of chaos, waiting for them to come and get them. If these magic medicines and elixirs were seen by the Lord of the Universe in the Origin Continent, they would all be extremely crazy. Even for them, these things are unimaginable treasures. But now it is everywhere. Once you take it, you may not know how many years of reincarnation in the universe you can save. This is definitely an unprecedented opportunity. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1361. Interestingly, these masters were willing to give up so many elixirs and magical medicines to cultivate these sons of chaos. At this time, Furukawa also sensed the unusual movements of the 9 masters. He immediately discovered what the other party was doing and actually took out many magical medicines and precious elixirs and placed them next to the Sons of Chaos to help them break through quickly. Cultivation. Because normally, even if they are Sons of Chaos, if they want to increase their cultivation quickly, it will take a lot of time. After all, the mana and energy in the body cannot be obtained by understanding, but still need to be accumulated over many years. But things are different now. If assisted by these elixirs and magical medicines, which are extremely precious even in the Origin Continent, then their progress will be faster than the speed of light, and every second will be more powerful than the last second. If it had been when Furukawa enters the Origin Continent, he can get these magical medicines and elixirs, and his cultivation will probably progress much faster than it is now. Even the Lord of the Universe will be greedy for these magical medicines, and every one of them is valuable. Lianqing. Only the Lord can take it out easily. As expected of a master, his background is too profound, and the treasures on his body are simply countless, but this is fine. The stronger these Sons of Chaos are, the more they will make wedding clothes for others. Furukawa touched his chin. It has to be said that after ruling the Origin Continent for such a long time, there are still many benefits. At least the wealth accumulated by the 9 masters is unmatched by any master of the universe. Even a being like Furukawa cannot compare to any ancient master in terms of wealth. A hair he pulled out at random was thicker than his thigh. He is not worried about these Sons of Chaos becoming powerful. Anyway, the stronger these Sons of Chaos are, the better. At the last moment, these powers will be plundered, and they will just be used as wedding clothes for others. The most important thing is that this is just a superficial world. No matter how big the turmoil is, it doesn't matter. It can be suppressed at any time without any changes. However, we can't just watch the 9 masters continue like this. We must find a way to stop it. After all, acting requires a complete performance. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he could leave this matter alone, but his purpose is to delay time so that the 6 Paths God contest in the other world has enough time to proceed. If he leaves this matter alone, it may arouse the suspicion of the 9 masters. After all, if the outcome is really decided, it is impossible not to stop the actions of the 9 masters, and it is impossible to let it go. Therefore, he must also take action to prevent this matter. This is in line with his current situation. Roles played. Those evil spirits have been making trouble in the human world for a long time, and it's time to deal with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what the rules of reincarnation are. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Although the 9 masters released countless evil ghosts from hell, causing the human world, heaven, and animal world to fall into huge chaos, letting these evil ghosts cause trouble everywhere, it is indeed a good move. But as of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, as the Lord of Hell, he has absolute control over these evil ghosts. As long as he is willing, these evil ghosts are absolutely impossible to cause any trouble. The reason why he did not act before was just to see there are still some tricks that the 9 masters have not used, but now that the 9 masters have used all their methods, he does not need to hide anything. Whoosh! At this moment, Furukawa grabbed it with his big hand and immediately took out a treasure, the Death Scepter. This is a magic weapon conceived when Hell was just born. At the beginning, the Death Scepter was only at the Chaos Treasure level, but with the countless evolutions of the Six Paths universe, the power of Hell it is constantly increasing. Therefore, the power of the Death Scepter has also been upgraded to the level of the Treasure of the Universe. And this Death Scepter is also the key to controlling the power of Hell. It controls the lives of evil ghosts and can even kill all evil ghosts easily, so that the evil ghosts completely disappeared. Ordinary evil ghosts are immortal and cannot be killed by most powers. Only the Death Scepter can truly control the life and death of evil ghosts.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, Furukawa thought with one movement. He communicated with the power of the Death Scepter, and immediately he felt the power of the deepest laws deep inside the Death Scepter. Ability 3. Origin of the Dead. Using this ability allows the user to travel through various levels of Hell at will, communicate with all the dead through the air, and even wake up the dead who have fallen into slumber immediately. The evil spirits will immediately attack all the sons of chaos and drag them into the Hell world. Those who disobey orders will be executed immediately. Furukawa held the Scepter of Death in his hand and issued the order. Immediately, countless evil ghosts who were raging in the living world immediately heard the voice of chaos deep in their hearts, as if it were the voice of the law of the Great Road, supreme and controlling everything. Life and death. The originally immortal evil ghosts now feel unspeakable fear deep in their hearts. It seems that this voice is the real Lord of Hell, controlling the life and death of all evil ghosts. This kind of power is completely different from those of Hell demons. It is true that this voice is the real master of Hell. Those Hell demons control huge power and supreme power, but they do not control the fundamental power, that is, they cannot kill these evil ghosts. But it is different now. This voice coming from deep inside it has the power to obliterate them and make them disappear from the source. This is true death, the kind that can never be resurrected. Yes, dear Lord of Hell. Many evil ghosts immediately took the order, and the evil ghosts spread across countless places in the living world immediately took action and attacked and killed the sons of chaos. Have you started taking action? I would like to see how the 9 masters can resist the attack from evil spirits. The foundation of the Six Paths universe cannot be shaken by a little trick. Furukawa touched his chin, calm and relaxed. Those masters thought that releasing these evil ghosts and leaving Hell would cause chaos in the world. This idea is too naive. The real master of the 6 realms of reincarnation has special feelings for these dead. Absolute control power. After all, it is difficult to control the living world, but it is easy to control the dead. It can be said that every dead person is an undead soldier in his hands. The reason why these evil ghosts can cause such a big chaos, it's just that he didn't take action to manage it. Once he takes action, these evil ghosts will immediately become the sharpest knives in his hand. In an instant, these evil ghosts will become the strongest undead warriors in the Six Paths universe. They will not die, and will kill all enemies who try to invade the 6 paths of reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1362. In an instant, the raging evil spirits all over the 6 Paths universe began to move. They received the order from the Lord of Hell and began to attack many sons of chaos. Under the control of the Death Scepter, these evil ghosts were as well-behaved as rabbits and did not dare to resist. The evil ghosts who dared to resist have all disappeared from this world. And Furukawa will not talk nonsense with these evil ghosts. If you don't obey, you will die. It's that simple. After all, there are so many evil spirits that there is no need for those thorns to exist. The actions of evil ghosts are naturally known to many sentient beings in the 6 realms. What happened? What happened to these evil spirits? Why did they suddenly stop killing people and instead began to gather together? What on earth did they want to do? Some of the immortals were stunned. Originally, they were attacked by countless evil ghosts. They saw that the entire city was about to be swallowed up by countless evil ghosts and became their food. But at the critical moment, these evil ghosts actually began to retreat and headed towards the other side. Going in one direction, this unusual thing immediately made many immortals confused, and they had no idea what was going on. I got the information, and the Emperor of Heaven took action. A saint said excitedly, "The Emperor of Heaven personally issued an order to stop these evil spirits from invading the world, and at the same time deal with the sons of chaos who are causing trouble in the world." He said that he got this news from many evil spirits. The order of the Emperor of Heaven? Is the power of the Emperor of Heaven actually so terrifying? With one order, countless evil spirits must obey the order. Many immortals were stunned. They have fought these evil ghosts countless times, so they naturally know how terrifying these evil ghosts are. Compared with other enemies, the horror of evil ghosts is simply unmatched by other enemies. After all, evil ghosts are invisible, incorporeal, powerful fighting power, and special ghost abilities, let alone mortals. Even immortals and saints cannot compete with it. The most important thing is that evil ghosts are immortal. No matter how many times they are killed, the opponent will not be able to compete with them. They will be reborn again in the depths of hell. Evil ghosts are simply unkillable. Because of this, these evil ghosts are not afraid of death at all. They carry out suicidal attacks every time, causing them a large number of casualties. So I can't imagine what kind of existence it is that can actually make these unruly evil spirits who are not afraid of death obey just one order. This is really unbelievable. Haha, how do you know how terrifying the Emperor of Heaven is? The Emperor of Heaven is a great supernatural being who was born in the era of chaos. His strength is simply earth-shattering. He is the number one in eternity and suppresses the world. Although those evil ghosts are terrifying, they are not comparable to them. 1/10,000th of the Emperor of Heaven. A saint sneered. How could ordinary people know how terrifying the Emperor of Heaven is? The higher the level of cultivation, the more unfathomable the Emperor of Heaven is.
It can be said that the
Emperor of Heaven alone can sweep all the gods in heaven. This is a truly invincible world, an invincible existence that suppresses eternity. Every move, word, and deed of such an existence is like a law and order, containing unimaginable terrifying power. It is impossible for mere evil spirits to compete with it. That's it. It seems that fortunately the Emperor of Heaven took action, and we were able to survive. An immortal was very happy. Is not that right? Thank God. These evil spirits finally left, and we were finally able to avoid the attack and killing of these evil spirits, and finally we were able to save a small life. These evil ghosts are really terrifying. They have strong fighting power. They are invisible and incorporeal. However, they also have the property of being unkillable. Who can resist them? I didn't know the preciousness of Hell's Gate before, nor the greatness of the work of those three-headed hell dogs. Now I finally know how much harm the Hell's Gate has blocked for us. Is not that right? The whole world was in chaos because of these evil spirits, and no one knew how many people were killed or injured. Many immortals talked about it. This was the first time they felt the terror of evil spirits causing trouble in hell. This was simply a real purgatory on earth, as if hell had descended on the world. This also made them feel the value of the peaceful life before. However, it seems that these evil ghosts did not go back to hell, but walked in a certain direction. I wonder what they want to do. Someone asked curiously. Because these evil ghosts did not leave the world of life, but moved towards other places and continued to gather together, forming a terrifying army of evil ghosts, containing earth-shattering ghost energy. Like this, the scene makes every creature extremely fearful. According to intelligence, these evil spirits seem to be ordered by the Emperor of Heaven to attack the sons of chaos, in order to drag them into hell and seal them completely. A saint told his information. Was it originally to deal with the sons of chaos? Many immortals suddenly realized that they finally knew the layout of the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, compared with the danger of evil ghosts, those sons of chaos are the real threat. After all, evil ghosts can only bring trouble to the world and wreak havoc in one place. But these sons of chaos are really afraid of the world being in chaos, launching wars everywhere, trying to overthrow the heaven and change the dynasty. To a certain extent, these sons of chaos are the source of the chaos in the six-path universe. If you want to solve this chaos, just these sons of chaos must be dealt with. Although they also know this with their strength, it is not that simple to deal with these sons of chaos who are born with the destiny of heaven and earth. Sometimes if the attack on these sons of chaos fails, they will be killed by these sons of chaos. But if the Emperor of Heaven takes action, the situation will be completely different. I see. An immortal suddenly realized, those sons of chaos are like evil ghosts, possessing overwhelming power of luck. They are protected by the power of luck and fate and are difficult to kill. But even if these sons of chaos cannot be killed, it will be the same as sealing them. If these sons of chaos are sealed in hell and imprisoned in the 18th floor of hell like ghosts, then it will no longer be possible to cause much chaos in the Six Paths universe. This it is the plan of the Emperor of Heaven. He immediately understood why the Emperor of Heaven wanted these evil spirits to drag these sons of chaos into hell and seal them. It turned out to be to completely solve the source of the turmoil in the six-path universe. Haha, those sons of chaos are dead this time. That's right. Faced with the endless siege of immortal evil spirits, no matter how powerful these sons of chaos are, it is impossible to resist them. It looks like there will be a good show soon. I would like to see how those sons of chaos can face endless evil spirits. Everyone was talking a lot, looking like they were watching a good show. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1363. At this time, many sons of chaos were not fools. Naturally, they discovered that many evil spirits were attacking them. Their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, the terror of evil spirits has long been world famous. No one knows how difficult evil ghosts are to deal with, and no one is willing to offend these immortal creatures for no reason. Damn it! What on earth is going on with these evil spirits? Why did they attack us all of a sudden? A son of chaos was immediately confused and had no idea what was going on. Before, they and the evil ghosts maintained a tacit understanding that no one would hurt each other until the heaven was overthrown. But now these evil ghosts actually tore each other apart. Tacit understanding between them and began to attack them. Yes, weren't they attacking other cities before? We and these evil spirits are inseparable from each other. Why do they come to oppose us? What happened? Did something happen among these evil ghosts? Does anyone have relevant information? Why did these evil ghosts suddenly go crazy? It's unclear. We still don't know why these evil spirits do what they do, and we don't know what their purpose is. Investigate. Immediately find out the purpose of these evil spirits, and find out why they are suddenly so abnormal. Something unimaginable must have happened. Many sons of chaos gnashed their teeth. They felt the tremendous pressure brought by the evil ghosts, because the evil ghosts were not only numerous in number, but also powerful enough, no worse than them. Ghost King. At this time, a son of chaos stood up to negotiate with the evil ghosts. There is no conflict between us, and everyone's goal is to overthrow the heaven. Why do you bother to attack us? Isn't this just to make our relatives happy and our enemies happy? If we continue like this, we will both lose sooner or later. Jia, both sides suffer? You think too highly of yourself. What ability do you have to make us hurt? It seems that after fighting for such a long time, our brains are starting to go bad. Suddenly, a group of ghost kings laughed very loudly. Many sons of chaos clenched their fists and were very angry, but it is true that these evil ghosts are immortal and will be reborn in hell even if they are killed. In other words, they cannot kill these evil ghosts at all, but they may well be killed by these evil ghosts. No matter how they look at it, they are at an absolute disadvantage. To a certain extent, it is definitely not a wise thing to go against the evil ghosts. But the problem now is that it is not that they want to go against the evil ghosts, but the evil spirits want to cause trouble for them. Little brats, just because you still want to overthrow the heavenly court is a big joke. You have no idea how terrifying the Emperor of Heaven is. Once the Emperor of Heaven takes action, you will all be wiped out. A ghost king sneered. Are you sent here by the Emperor of Heaven? What happened? Do you immortal evil ghosts also have to obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven? Are you kidding? The Emperor of Heaven imprisoned you in hell. He should have a blood feud with you. Now you are still obeying the Emperor of Heaven's orders. Are you crazy? Many sons of chaos were stunned at once. They had no idea that these evil ghosts in front of them were actually sent by the Emperor of Heaven to deal with them. According to their ideas, the Emperor of Heaven imprisoned these evil ghosts into the world of hell. These evil ghosts, they should hate the Emperor of Heaven deeply. The two sides are the most unlikely to unite. But these evil ghosts obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven, just like the most loyal men of the Emperor of Heaven, coming to find trouble for these sons of chaos. If they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that such a ridiculous thing could happen. It's none of your business. According to the order of the Emperor of Heaven, you'll be taken back to hell and imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Whoever can catch these sons of chaos can wash away their sins and avoid the suffering of evil ghosts. Xianxia, this is pie in the sky. If we can catch these sons of chaos, we will be rich and gain countless merits. We will be reincarnated immediately into a rich and powerful family and live a second life. If we have enough merit to wash away our sins, even if we don't want to be reincarnated, we can enter the Shura path and become Shura and retain the memory of this life. Kill these sons of chaos. Don't take the credit from me. This credit belongs to me. No, we can't kill these sons of chaos. According to the instructions of the Emperor of Heaven, it's best to capture them and seal them up so that they are safe. Indeed, the reason why these guys are so powerful is because of the seeds of chaos in their bodies. If the seeds of chaos were sealed, these guys would be just ordinary cultivators and not worth mentioning at all. In an instant, countless evil ghosts went crazy. Looking at these sons of chaos, it was as if they saw their own merits, fearing that other evil ghosts would take away their own merits. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, many evil spirits appeared. The ghosts rushed towards these sons of chaos and used all kinds of evil ghost powers. Suddenly, the ghost energy was thick, the wind was gusting, and the terror was boundless. Bastards, these evil spirits actually treat us as soft persimmons, and they can pinch us as much as they want. The face of a son of chaos suddenly looked extremely ugly. What a joke. I was just talking to you in such a nice voice just to give you face. Don't think that we are really afraid of you souls who have been dead for who knows how long. Another son of chaos gnashed his teeth. It seems that there is no need to discuss it anymore. These evil ghosts have already become determined by the weight. No matter what they say, it is useless. Now, let these evil ghosts clearly realize the reality. We, the sons of chaos, are not people to be trifled with. Let's work together to send all these evil ghosts back to reincarnation and suppress hell forever. What a shameless thing. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride. This war lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The sons of chaos who had mastered the secret treasure of the universe greatly increased their strength. They simply swept away many evil ghost legions and became invincible. However, evil spirits are always immortal. Even if they are killed countless times, they will be reborn countless times. Even if they are at a disadvantage, they can still stop the sons of chaos to a certain extent. No, we can't continue like this. We don't have time to waste with these evil spirits. A son of chaos said solemnly. Although their strength has greatly increased after obtaining the secret treasure of the universe, these immortal evil ghosts are really difficult to deal with. After all, no matter how powerful the secret treasure of the universe is, they still need people to drive it. The magic in the mana is not infinite. If they continue like this, their mana will be exhausted quickly, and then they will really be at the mercy of others. So they immediately realized that it is not possible to continue like this. It seems that they have the upper hand now, but after a while, when their mana is exhausted, they will be in despair. And the evil ghosts actually see this, so their attacks are like a tide and they keep attacking. I came here just to consume all the power in them. When the time comes, they will be caught in the urn. You are right, the reason why these evil ghosts are so crazy is just because of the order of the Emperor of Heaven. If we kill the Emperor of Heaven and destroy the source, we can truly solve this problem. Otherwise, we will never have peace. Another son of chaos saw the root of the problem. If the Emperor of Heaven is not solved, these evil ghosts will not stop their attacks and will keep attacking and killing them. It can be said that once the Emperor of Heaven is solved, he will have control over the control of these evil ghosts. Ability. Then they can also become the lords of hell and manipulate countless evil ghosts for their own use. This is the real way to achieve success once and for all. It seems that we can't continue to waste time like this and go directly to the heavenly court, kill the Emperor of Heaven, and overthrow the heavenly court. The eyes of a son of chaos showed a terrifying light, and he decided to immediately kill Heavenly Court and kill the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, they and Heavenly Court are now immortal. If Heavenly Court is not destroyed, then they are destroyed. It is impossible for the two to coexist, although the Emperor of Heaven has always been aloof and invincible, ruling the 6 realms of reincarnation for countless epochs. He may not always be able to secure this position. These sons of chaos, who were born with the destiny of heaven and earth, also have the opportunity to take his place and become the new emperor. Emperor of Heaven. It didn't take long for these sons of chaos to reach a consensus and set out towards the heaven. They showed unparalleled power and pushed through all enemies who stood in their way. They went directly to the heaven to fight to the death with the Emperor of Heaven. But even if therefore, these sons of chaos also had internal fights as they advanced. After all, the sons of chaos are not very united. If given the opportunity, they would not mind stabbing their teammates in the back, killing each other, and gaining the other party's strength. All the cultivation and magic weapons are worth a lot of money. So they fought all the way, and when they arrived at the heavenly court, there were only 18 sons of chaos left, including Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, and Zhu Beiji. The 4 Shaoyuli. They are also called the 18th Route Anti-King. But in this way, they have also gathered all the cultivation and power of many sons of chaos. Their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and they have impressively raised their cultivation to the realm of the primary universe lord. It can be said that the power of these sons of chaos is unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, the gods in heaven also sensed the seriousness of the situation, and they all felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. I didn't expect that the sons of chaos were so powerful that they could even deal with the evil ghost army. It was really unbelievable. A god couldn't help but sigh. Originally, it thought that countless demons from hell would come out, and they would be able to easily annihilate those sons of chaos. They were just a bunch of little guys. Wouldn't it be easy to annihilate them? But who could have imagined that the situation would suddenly change? A group of sons of chaos rose up at an unimaginable speed, and their strength increased greatly. Instead, they defeated many evil spirits. They are just the chess pieces of those masters. Without the secret support of the 9 masters, the sons of chaos will be destroyed with a wave of their hands. A god gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, the gift of elixirs, magical elixirs, and cosmic secret treasures made it clear that the master himself had met his end. How could the evil ghost army be invincible?" The other god shook his head, very helpless. "It's like a game. Originally, everyone was evenly matched in strength, but the other side cheated and took artifacts, various disposable props, and so on. It's impossible to fight. From now on, it wasn't a fair game from the beginning. No matter whether they are chess pieces or not, there is no doubt about the threat of this group of Sons of Chaos. Now they have all attacked Nanshanmen and are approaching the city. A god said in a deep voice. No matter how much you complain now, it will actually be useless. After all, this is a war between the two sides. It is normal to use every possible means. You are right. Although the Lord is indeed unparalleled, the Emperor of Heaven cannot be underestimated casually. With the Emperor of Heaven here, we may not lose. A god said in a deep voice. The other gods couldn't help but nod. It is true that the Emperor of Heaven at this moment, the original Lord of Chaos City, is the first person in eternity and the founder of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the 9 masters have to the invincible beings who personally join forces to deal with such great supernatural powers are unfathomable. No one knows how many abilities the Emperor of Heaven has yet to display. If it is an enemy, it must be the most frightening enemy, but if it is a companion, that must be the most reliable, trustworthy, and trustworthy. In fact, without the support of the Emperor of Heaven, they would have long lost the courage to compete with the 9 masters. This is the ultimate decisive battle, and there is no room for error. If we fail, we will be doomed. But if we win, neither you nor I will die. We will all have a chance to be resurrected. We must go all out. A god clenched his fist. This is the 6 realms of reincarnation. Life and death can be converted into each other. Even if they are killed by other enemies, they can turn into dead souls and live in hell, waiting for reincarnation. If the Emperor of Heaven is if they win and control the 6 paths of reincarnation, then they will all have a chance to be resurrected. However, if they fail and are reincarnated by the 9 masters, then their old ministers will definitely die without a burial place. It can be said that they are not allowed to retreat at all now. And it is impossible to retreat. This is also the time for them to fight to the death. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1368. At this moment, Nanshanmen. Many Sons of Chaos led their armies to attack Nanshanmen. There were corpses of heavenly soldiers and generals everywhere, as well as various rebel armies. It was like rivers of blood and corpses strewn everywhere. Haha, is this the legendary heaven? That's all. As long as we break into Nanshanmen, the heaven will be conquered by us, and no one can stop us. Fight in, kill people when they are in the way, and kill gods when they are in the way of gods. Let these gods in heaven see how powerful we are. The Emperor of Heaven takes turns to sit in my house this year. Heaven must die today, and we will surely replace it. Many Sons of Chaos laughed. They were extremely excited because this was the first time since ancient times that the Nantion Gate of Heaven had been breached. This was an unprecedented event. To a certain extent, they were Hungu, the first person in history. After all, heaven has always been aloof and unattainable. It has ruled the 6 paths universe for countless epochs. No existence or force can challenge the majesty of heaven. Basically, any life will be under the jurisdiction of heaven as soon as it is born. Even if you die, you will have to abide by the rules of heaven, and you will not be able to escape the rule of heaven from birth to death. But now, such a high heaven has been breached by them. The excitement in this is simply beyond description in words. It is really unbelievable. Instead, it's simply a joke. We, the gods in heaven, have ruled the 6 realms of reincarnation for countless epochs, transformed reincarnation, determined life and death, separated the 5 elements, divided yin and yang, and determined the principles of eternity. This is the place where all the laws of the universe are established. You are just young boys who are messing up the world and dare to replace heaven. A god shouted angrily, his voice like thunder. You dare to come to heaven. You are simply asking for your own death. Now that you have come to heaven, don't even think about leaving today. You will all be suppressed in heaven's prison and will never be reincarnated. Another god is full of murderous intent. Take action together, activate the heavenly restraining formation, and suppress them in eternal time and space. All the gods roared angrily.
Crash.
Bursts of unimaginable divine power erupted from them, and combined with the prohibition formations engraved on heaven itself, their combat effectiveness was pushed to the limit, increasing their combat effectiveness dozens of times. It seemed that the divine power permeating their bodies was earth-shattering, shattering the chaotic time and space in all directions. Ordinary cultivators would be shattered into ashes in an instant. Ridiculous. Gods in heaven, you have fallen behind. You have occupied the throne of the six paths for such a long time. It is time to give it to young people. You are no longer qualified to be gods. There is no way in heaven, and the way is supreme. If we can fight all the way to heaven, we have proved the choice of the way. If you are really the gods who choose the way, how can you end up in such a situation? Even when he is about to die, he still keeps talking harshly. Today is the day when the gods of heaven will fall, and a new generation of heaven will be born. Don't think that you will definitely win if you live long. We also have magic weapons and sharp swords, and we will not lose to you at all. Many sons of chaos sneered, not afraid at all. In terms of cultivation, they are indeed not as good as these heavenly gods who have practiced for unknown ages, but they have a large number of cosmic secret treasures. Every cosmic secret treasure is comparable to it. Can be said that the lords of the elementary universe, the lords of the intermediate universe, and even the lords of the high universe are no less powerful than these heavenly gods. Even under the control of their own power, they form magic weapon formations that are completely capable of fighting the gods in the heaven are fighting against each other. In fact, if they don't have this ability, it is impossible for them to kill the Nanshaman. Dong dong dong. In an instant, many rebel armies have invaded the heaven, and the power of the secret treasures of the universe begins to sweep across the world, tearing apart the forbidden formations around the heaven. An earth-shattering battle broke out immediately between the two sides. Waves of terrifying power of the Great Loss swept out, tearing apart the chaotic time and space in all directions, causing dense time and space cracks to appear in this time and space. Any one of them time and space cracks can tear apart the divine body, destroy the surrounding area, and kill countless lives. This is a war at the level of gods, and it is outrageous. Fortunately, the void strength of the Six Paths universe at this moment is comparable to the continent of origin. If it were in a normal chaotic universe, I am afraid that the entire chaotic universe will be torn to pieces by this force. Therefore, no matter how fierce the war is, the Six Paths universe will not be harmed at all. This is the power of the Six Paths of reincarnation, which is extremely strong and contains immortal power. Haha, stupid heavenly gods, go to hell. You are definitely no match for us. Many rebels laughed and were extremely rampant. To be honest, the reason why these rebels are so powerful is not only because of the Sons of Chaos, but also because there are many masters of the universe from the origin continent hidden among these rebels. They also took the opportunity to join the rebels, trying to steal part of the power of destiny and origin, and wanted to take advantage of the collapse of heaven to steal a six-path god. This is one of the reasons why they secretly sneaked into the six-path reincarnation. So, heaven, the enemies the gods face are not just the Sons of Chaos, but also many masters of the universe from the origin continent. All of them are top powerhouses, possessing tyrannical combat power and magical powers. Facing so many enemies during the attack, the gods in heaven were simply defeated one after another. The entire heaven was beaten to the ground and collapsed. There were ruins everywhere, as if it had turned into ruins. Kill, kill, kill. Enter the Lingxiao Palace. Kill the Emperor of Heaven. God has been in this position for too long. It's our turn. The corrupt Emperor of Heaven must pull this guy down from his high position. Many Sons of Chaos were very excited, because many of their subordinates took action to resist the gods of heaven, and they were able to naturally come to the Xianxia palace. Everyone wanted to ascend the throne of the Emperor of Heaven and replace him.
Boom.
Immediately, many people, the Sons of Chaos, went directly to the Xianxia palace, opened the door of the Xianxia palace, and immediately saw a figure appearing in front of them. The other person was sitting on the throne, high up, as if he was the chaos demon god who had existed since ancient times, and his body was filled with the aura of eternity and immortality suppresses chaos. Just a wisp of aura permeating the body is enough to collapse the sky. When many Sons of Chaos feel this aura, their hairs stand on end, and they immediately explode, like a mouse encountering it's as big as a cat, and it doesn't dare to take a breath. A powerful enemy. This is a powerful enemy that has never been seen in ancient times. They feel that the figure in front of them is an existence that they can't match at all. No matter how many epics they practice, they can't compare to this existence. Every cent. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1369. Is this the Emperor of Heaven? The eyes of many Sons of Chaos showed horrified looks. To be honest, they were all low-level people before. They had never seen the real Emperor of Heaven. They had only heard the legend of the Emperor of Heaven before. In fact, let alone them, even the gods of heaven, the number of times they have seen the Emperor of Heaven can only be counted on one's fingers. Now that they met this supreme existence that ruled the entire 6 realms of reincarnation for the first time, they immediately felt the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground and surrender immediately. Even if it was their body, the secret treasure of the universe, feeling this unmatched power of reincarnation, was trembling as if they had encountered a natural enemy. How could it be so powerful? Many Sons of Chaos gritted their teeth and were crushed by an extremely terrifying aura, which solidified the chaotic time and space around them. They felt that they could hardly stand up at this moment and could only half kneel on the ground. Some of them had low cultivation levels. The Sons of Chaos were so shocked that they knelt on the ground, almost unable to move. They were so horrified that they couldn't believe what they saw. They couldn't imagine that the legendary Emperor of Heaven could be so terrifying. The extent, even a wisp of breath on their body, can suppress them from raising their heads, even without the courage to take action. If the legendary Emperor of Heaven is so powerful and outrageously tyrannical, then why did the recent rebellion happen? If the Emperor of Heaven had personally taken action, then these rebellions would not have happened at all. It would be impossible for these Sons of Chaos to fight against the Xianxia palace. For a time, these Sons of Chaos were so confused that they were not idiots, but all of them were extremely talented. Encountering such an abnormal thing, they finally noticed something was wrong. This is God. In an instant, Xiaolioli looked at Furukawa sitting on the throne with reverence. As a saint of the original ancient snake, he immediately knew that the emperor in front of him was the master of the original ancient snake sect and the original ancient snake, the god who taught countless believers. The person in front of her was the god of gods, the supreme being who controlled the 6 reincarnations, and the god of creation who created countless worlds. She could feel the vast power of Furukawa, even if she has now been promoted to the realm of the elementary universe master, but she is far from being able to compare with it. It is like comparing the light of the bright moon to the firefly. There is no comparison at all. In fact, the reason why she chose to compete with other Sons of Chaos to cooperate, she wanted to be a spy, take the opportunity to sneak into the enemy's interior, and then betray the enemy at the critical moment, stab these Sons of Chaos in the back, and help the gods. But now that she could actually see the true form of the gods, she was extremely excited. No words can describe the excitement at this moment. To be honest, she just wanted to kill these rude people nearby who dared to disrespect the gods. This is your father? Little Alita's son Wukong, was shocked. She stared blankly at Furukawa sitting on the throne. Countless pictures and fragments emerged from the depths of the sea of consciousness. Before she was born, outside of the Chaos Stone Spirit, I once heard a gentle voice. The other person not only helped me to be born quickly, but also taught me many things. For example, the 72 transformations of the earth evil, somersault clouds, the original ancient snake scripture, and other magical powers and techniques, as well as an origin text deep in her soul, was given to her by the person in front of her. It was this gift that established her invincible strength today, sweeping all opponents of the same level. Her previous strength when she reached a certain height, she once wanted to find her father, but no matter how she searched, she couldn't find any trace, and finally, she chose to give up. But where did she want to be? She broke through the Nanshanmen and fought her way in. After the Lingxiao Palace, she actually saw the Emperor of Heaven sitting on the throne. He was the father she had been searching for a long time. For a moment, she felt so mixed in her heart that she didn't know what words to use to describe this moment. Own mood. Master. This is Master? Little Lolita Zhubeiji also widened her eyes. She couldn't believe it and looked at Furukawa in shock. I remember that when she was in a village in the Kingdom of Pigs, she was just an ordinary member of the pig clan and she had no parents. Was bullied in the village. But suddenly a man appeared, taught him the 36 transformations of Tiangang and other magical powers, and even gave himself an origin character. It was precisely because of this mysterious master that she became the famous Marshal Tianping and now the king of the pig country. It can be said that without her master, she would not be what she is now. She also tried to find this mysterious master, but found nothing until now she finally knew her mysterious master. Her true identity was actually the legendary Emperor of Heaven. To be honest, she used to be Marshal Tianping and was only one step away from the Emperor of Heaven, but she never had the opportunity to meet him. Immediately, she was completely stunned and didn't know what to think. After all, the Emperor of Heaven she wants to kill now is the master she has been looking for who knows how long. She doesn't know if she should continue now. Is this master? Little Alita Tang Sanbian blinked. She is different from Zhubeiji, Sun Wukong, and Shaolioli. In her previous life, she was Jin Chanzi, the great disciple of Tathagata Buddha. And Tathagata Buddha was the Taoist Chuanti. From then on, to a certain extent, she is actually the third-generation disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, and she has a close relationship. She even remembered that when she was reincarnated again, it was the Emperor of Heaven who gave her an origin, words, and some magical powers. So this also made her strength improve by leaps and bounds, far exceeding that of Jin Chanzi in her previous life. This also made her a world-famous holy monk who could face any enemy without difficulty. Without the help of the Emperor of Heaven, it is impossible for her to have the cultivation level she has today. In fact, the reason why she followed the other Sons of Chaos to the Lingxiao Palace was because she wanted to take advantage of the critical moment to slay demons and completely suppress this group of rebellions. After all, as a disciple of Buddhism, naturally, she doesn't want to see the world in chaos and all living beings in ruins. However, Heaven governs the 6 realms of reincarnation, divides the outlines, determines the 5 elements, divides yin and yang, and has made outstanding contributions to the peace of the 6 realms. If these Sons of Chaos hadn't caused trouble, the world would never have been in such turmoil. So she wanted to slay demons, suppress all these Sons of Chaos in Lane Temple, and transform completely. Originally, Tang San was worried that the heaven might collapse because of this, but after seeing the invincible emperor in front of her, she felt all the worries disappeared. With such existence, it is impossible for heaven to be wiped out by these Sons of Chaos. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1370. Damn God, you've been on top for too long. Now is the time for you to step down. At this moment, a son of chaos roared, and the power in his body completely exploded, trying to resist the momentum emanating from Furukawa. Everyone takes action together. Now that the Emperor of Heaven is alone, we have the strength to kill him. Another son of chaos shouted loudly, full of murderous intent. You're right, he's just a heavenly emperor. We've killed quite a few chaos demon gods these days, but they're just old antiques, completely decayed, and not worth mentioning at all. A son of chaos sneered. Let's work together to hack the Emperor of Heaven to death. If we kill the Emperor of Heaven, we can occupy the heavenly court and establish a new heavenly court. By then, we will all be emperors of heaven and rule the world. The eyes of many sons of chaos showed a frightening light, filled with blazing ambition. It is obvious that the position of the Emperor of Heaven is too attractive to them. Even death cannot stop such desire. Making noise in the Lingxiao Palace is a capital crime. Furukawa said lightly, pressing the void with his big hand. The next second, these sons of chaos were stunned. They sensed the terrifying power coming from all directions, as if the endless void power was crushing them, and the void was completely destroyed. Squeezed into waste paper.
Boom.
Except for Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Zhu Beiji, and Xiaoyuli, the other sons of chaos couldn't even scream. Even if they were protected by the secret treasure of the universe, it would not help. Their bodies and soul were instantly shaken into powder, turned into a blood mist, and disappeared from this world. This. Sun Wukong and others' pupils shrank, and they were shocked. They knew how powerful the other sons of chaos were, and even the gods in heaven might not be able to withstand their ferocious power. Although they were considered invincible, at the same level, they wanted to kill these sons of chaos.
It is not that simple.
After all, being able to defeat the opponent does not mean that you can kill the opponent. These sons of chaos are proficient in various escape methods. Once they see that the situation is not going well, they will run away immediately, so it is difficult for them to kill these slippery creatures. Lu Qiu's sons of chaos. But now, after one encounter, these sons of chaos are all dead. It's as if what these sons of chaos did before was just a joke.
Wow.
In an instant, when all these sons of chaos died, they were left with seeds of chaos, which contained the lifelong cultivation of these sons of chaos. In fact, the real core of these sons of chaos is this seed of chaos. Even if all these sons of chaos die, as long as these seeds of chaos are not destroyed, other sons of chaos can be created in minutes. This is one of the reasons why sons of chaos are so difficult to kill. In an instant, the 4 remaining sons of chaos, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaoyuli, and Zhu Beiji, felt the huge essence energy contained in these seeds of chaos, which was equivalent to a strain of supreme magic medicine. Whoosh whoosh. These seeds of chaos seemed to be pulled by power and quickly integrated into the bodies of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaoyuli, and Zhu Beiji. And their power is also increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be said that they have gathered the power of all the sons of chaos in the world. Their cultivation levels were also suddenly raised to the realm of advanced lords of the universe. They were only one step away from being able to step into the realm of being titled lords of the universe. Their cultivation levels were outrageously powerful. But this is the terrifying power of the seed of chaos, and it is also the power of the 9 masters. Deprivation. Furukawa pointed lightly and immediately wanted to deprive Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaoyuli, and Zhu Beiji of the seeds of chaos, strip them of all the power of chaos, and destroy them completely.
Boom.
But at this moment, terrifying big hands came out from the depths of the void, tearing apart the surrounding chaotic void and blocking Furukawa. The 2 forces collided crazily, erupting into terrifying void fluctuations. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and dense void cracks appeared. Too strong. Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaoyuli, and Zhu Beiji were stunned. Even though they had been promoted to the realm of high-level lords of the universe, they were still as fragile as ants in the face of this invincible power. It was as if a ray of this power dropped randomly. The breath can shock them to death dozens of times. There is no doubt that this is an invincible power that surpasses the Lord of the Universe. No, it surpasses the title of Lord of the Universe. This is the power of the strongest person in the universe, that is, the Lord. This is a great power that exceeds the imagination limit of countless living beings. And they are the ants under this power, and they are all trembling. Haha, Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you finally couldn't help it. Are you going to show up in your true form? Finally, your true form was forced out. At this moment, a voice sounded, and he laughed, seemingly extremely happy. Then, a figure stepped out of the void. He seemed to be filled with the power of countless civilizations, as if the rise and fall of countless civilizations were gathered in him. On his body, he is the master of the castle of all things. As soon as he appears, he exudes unparalleled power of civilization, as if it contains eras and facts, as well as the history of the rise and fall of the universe. Click, click, click. Even the moment he appears, the might of the master explodes. When he came out, the entire heaven was shattered, and torn apart. All the forbidden formations turned into nothingness at this moment. Although the forbidden formations in heaven were very terrifying, they could at most withstand the title of Lord of the Universe. It is impossible to withstand the terrifying power of the master level. At this moment, the gods who were fighting in other places in the heaven, as well as the masters of the universe, were frightened, gave up one after another, felt the fatal crisis, and fled quickly. The master finally appeared. The face of a person who is titled the Lord of the Universe is extremely serious. Even if it has lived for tens of millions of cosmic reincarnation years, it has only seen the Lord a handful of times. And every time the Lord appears, earth-shattering events will happen, causing the entire origin continent to endless waves. Every breath of such a top being will cause natural disasters. It is impossible to match. The decisive battle. This is the ultimate decisive battle. This is a domination-level battle. The Lord of the Universe was so excited that it felt that its blood was boiling. The curtain has finally opened. This is the decisive battle between the 9 masters and the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. No one can escape. Whoever can win this time will be the true master of the universe. Back away immediately. We cannot participate in the dominance level power. If you dare to get close, you will die. Many masters of the universe were talking about it. They were excited, nervous, and deeply afraid. They didn't know what would happen in the future. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1371. You still want to destroy our seeds of chaos. Do you think we will just watch you and do nothing? Stop talking in your sleep. You will definitely lose today. With a bang, another master came out from the depths of the void. It was a terrifying giant beast with dense runes appearing on its body, as if it was the origin of all runes. It seemed that every rune on its body was of the rune universe, contains unfathomable power. Ordinary cultivators will feel dizzy just by looking at this giant beast and feel the endless mystical messages of runes coming in, bursting the whole head. It is Dominate the Rune Beast. The moment it appeared, endless runes swept the entire world. Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you've been hiding for such a long time, but you still can't hide anymore. Today is the day when you, the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, will die. The Dominator picture beast also appeared. It was like a terrifying giant beast coming out of a huge picture scroll, with dense pictures and texts appearing on its body, including mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. Outlines count lines. It seems that every line on it is a great law, and at the same time, it also contains countless pictures and texts. Every picture is a universe in the picture. The moment it appeared, countless pictures and totems in the entire cosmic sea began to vibrate, as if endless power was pouring into it, blessing it. Jia, a mere junior, wants to compete with our 9 masters. It is simply a joke. Even if you hide in the deepest part of the 6 realms of reincarnation, we can find you. Today you have nowhere to escape. Under the general situation, you certain death. With a bang, the void suddenly split open, and a huge evil eye suddenly hung high in the sky. It was like a sun hanging in the sky, high above. But this eye was extremely terrifying, and densely packed eyes appeared in the depths of its pupils. The black spots, as if each black spot is an evil eye universe, containing the power of terror, darkness, distortion, evil, curse, death, etc. It seems that this eye is the most evil eye in the world, and it is only affected by this. If you look at it with just one eye, your life will be exhausted and you will die. It is difficult to resist the power of this evil eye. It is the master of the gray eyeball and the master of all weird and mysterious techniques. Under its gaze, everything is weird, everything is invisible. Jia, I really want to compete with this kid. I don't know what magical powers he has mastered. Come on, fight with me to see who is the strongest in this universe. The Dominator's giant axe also appeared. A vast giant axe was seen across the chaotic void. The moment it appeared, the ubiquitous sharp force on its body immediately tore apart the chaotic time and space, and an astonishing crack in the void appeared. This is like cutting the entire universe in half. Everyone can feel the terror of this giant axe. It seems to be the origin of countless magic weapons, and it is the true master of magic weapons. Countless secret treasures in the universe can only bow their heads. There is no doubt that this is an existence that has surpassed the secret treasure of the universe and reached the level of the magic weapon of origin. It has mastered the huge energy of origin and the law of origin. It is as if this giant axe can split chaos in half with just one move. Birth of heaven and earth. Competing is nothing. This is war. This is fighting. I have no interest in competing with the enemy. I just want to use all my strength to beat this kid to death and destroy all his hopes. I want to eat his flesh and blood alive and become a master. Their flesh and blood must be unimaginable delicacies in the world. The dominant bloody mouth also appeared. I saw a bloody mouth appearing in the depths of the chaotic void, as if it were the source of all bloody nests, and also like a bloody black hole. When this bloody mouth appeared at that moment, unimaginable devouring power seemed to be produced. Its devouring power was many times more terrifying than that of a black hole. Even the speed of light could not escape its capture. All living beings saw this bloody mouth and were stunned. I feel frightened, as if I will be swallowed up by the other person in the next second, enter the other person's digestive organ, and be completely digested into residue. This is the horror of dominating the bloody mouth. The life and universe that have been swallowed by it there are countless of them. I remember that before Xuependeko was promoted to the master, it was already a natural disaster that was rampant in the cosmic sea. When it woke up, countless civilizations and countless universes would disappear because of this. It was a taboo in the cosmic sea. Exist. Devour his flesh and blood? I would rather preserve his corpse, imprison him in the tomb of gods, and refine it into a puppet of mine, a master-level puppet. I feel excited just thinking about it. The tomb of the dominant chaos god also appeared. The moment it appeared, an unimaginable large tomb descended, with tombstones emerging one after another, as if one peerless, powerful man was buried one after another. All life can feel it. The horror of this large tomb seems to be the end of countless lives. It contains unimaginable power of death, as if a god of death was born. No one knows how many peerless, powerful people are buried in these tombs, and they are not even called the Lord of the Universe. I don't know how many there are. It can be said that this is a true tomb of the gods. Most of the powerful people who died throughout the ages are buried in this tomb. It contains unimaginable mysteries and power. It's better to imprison him in my cage. It's too easy to kill him. Suppressing him in darkness and nothingness forever is the best punishment and the most terrifying torture. Lord of the Infinite Prison said. A huge cage also appeared, and a bronze door appeared at the door, showing mottled colors, with dense origin runes floating on it. It seemed that the moment this cage appeared, the cage bursts of terrifying roars suddenly appeared deep inside, as if countless terrifying monsters were roaring inside the cage. Such sounds are like the sound of chaotic magic. As long as you hear it, you will go completely crazy, even if it is the title of the King of the Universe. Even the Lord can hardly resist such a demonic voice penetrating his ears. Don't be too self-righteous. This kid is an unimaginable enemy for us. Although we have the advantage, we can't be careless. The lion and the rabbit also try their best. Don't give him any chance. As soon as he appears, we will beat him to death and rob him. Control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Lord of Eternity also appeared. A vast river appeared, seemingly hidden in the deepest depths of fate and time and space. Its body penetrated the entire 6-path universe, wrapping around one circle after another. Infinite sentient beings live in its river. There is no way to get rid of it. No matter how powerful the life is, it is just a small fish in the river. It is like a supreme god overlooking all living beings, watching indifferently everything that happens in the world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1372. 9 Masters, you have many plans. This punch was extremely terrifying and seemed to contain the power of vast civilizations one after another, as if the power of countless civilization epics are all superimposed on this punch. But vaguely, the depth of the fist is filled with endless power of civilization destruction. The power contained in a top civilization is unimaginable, but as time goes by, the era changes. Even if no matter how powerful a civilization is, it will perish and turn into ruins. What destroys these top civilizations is the power of doomsday. It brings destruction to countless lives, countless universes, and countless civilizations, turning everything into nothingness and an end. This is the terror of the power of doom. And this punch is the power of doom that can destroy endless civilizations. It brings death and end to all living beings, as if this punch is crushing and destroying everything. Everything is reduced to nothing. No matter how powerful the existence is, it will be eroded by the power of doomsday and wiped out. Even the immortal existence will be corrupted by this. Feeling the terrifying power of this punch, Furukawa raised his eyebrows. He could feel the terrifying power of the punch from Vientiane Castle. It was many times more terrifying than the Nar. This is the most powerful person in the universe who has the power of doomsday. Strong man. He seemed to sense the depth of the power of this punch, and countless civilized lives were wailing, crying, and despairing, as if crying out for the destruction of their own civilization. Even if the master of the same level was hit by this punch, his body would be affected. Being eroded by the power of doom, the source of damage will be damaged. In serious cases, it will even be beaten to death with a punch and disappear completely. There is no doubt that this is the power of doom that condenses countless destruction civilizations, and it is the ultimate power of annihilation. The power of death is even more terrifying. It seems to contain the despair, darkness, and curse before the death of countless civilizations. Just being exposed to this power of doomsday will be eroded to the point where no bones remain. This punch is pretty powerful, but it's still far from being able to compete with me. Furukawa grabbed a cosmic treasure from his body, which was a dark golden whip. The moment the dark golden whip appeared, Endless evil thoughts immediately filled the air with his body as the center. The power of it instantly eroded the boundless, chaotic area. It seems that this dark golden whip is the true source of all evil, controlling the power of endless evil, curse, darkness, and death, and is a taboo existence. Looking for the source of the universe, if the Lord takes one look at this whip, he may be entangled in the sinful power of this dark golden whip, hurting the body and soul. This is simply an indescribable divine object. It is the most powerful killing treasure in the world. The Divine Whip. You must know that the Divine Whip has been constantly evolving and transforming during this period of time. Its level has also been upgraded to the level of the treasure of the universe, and its power has increased many times. Originally, the Divine Whip, the whip, is just the power to gather the evil thoughts of all living beings in a chaotic universe. It is the darkest, most evil, and most terrifying killing weapon in the world. But as time goes by, the 6 paths of reincarnation continue to swallow up many universes and even destroy the lives of these universes. Integrated into the 6-path universe and became part of the 6-path universe. It can be imagined that the number of creatures in the 6-path reincarnation has simply shown a geometric increase. And every creature will unconsciously exude darkness, sin, and sin. All these negative forces were swallowed up and absorbed by the Divine Whip. This also caused the power of the Divine Whip to show a huge leap. Its power reached a level that Furukawa could hardly imagine. If it continues to evolve, it might evolve. It became a treasure that was no less than the 6 paths of reincarnation. The next second, Furukawa held the Divine Whip in his hand, as if he was the supreme god who controlled the power of divine punishment in heaven and earth, and whipped him fiercely towards the castle that dominated everything.
Boom.
The power of this whip was simply earth-shattering, as if an area with a radius of hundreds of trillions of light years was torn in half, and even time stood still at this moment. Vaguely, endless sins erupted from the body of the whip. With such power, there seemed to be endless sentient beings roaring, wailing, and screaming continuously.
Boom tilde tilde.
It was just a moment, and the power of the Doomsday Divine Fist was completely destroyed, and even the power of Doomsday could be resisted. The power of the Divine Whip could not stop being used, and it was completely torn in half. The master of Vientiane Castle stared wide-eyed. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His full-strength attack was so easily disintegrated, leaving the opponent unscathed. No, it wasn't just as simple as being disintegrated. The power of that whip was terrifying. It even attacked its own body, which contained great power.
Boom.
The next second, the body that dominated the Vientiane Castle was hit hard by the whip. This was a blow that spanned endless dimensions. It was simply able to a blow that tore the universe apart. Immediately, its entire body was flung out, flying across hundreds of millions of light years. A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. It was obvious that its body had suffered a lot of injuries. There was also a streak on its body. Shocking cracks. Fortunately, Wanxiang Castle is the master, and it contains the power of magic that will never be destroyed. As well as the body of the master, its defense is extremely strong. Otherwise, the whip just now would be enough to whip it to death and turn it into ashes. But the power of the Divine Whip is not just that. What is truly terrifying about it is the endless power of sin and pollution. This is a power that even the Lord is extremely afraid of. Damn it! The expression of Wanxiang Castle changed greatly. It felt that after being hit by this whip, the endless black power of sin spread, as if there was life, eroding towards its body and soul. Originally, according to its domination-level power, it should be easy to eliminate the power of sin. The problem is that it is only a small amount of sin power. But at this moment, the Divine Whip has gathered the sin power of countless creatures in the universe. Such a sinful power is simply unprecedented. Even if the Lord is contaminated with such a sinful power, if it is not dealt with as soon as possible, he will die and be completely polluted into a monster without any reason. This is the real horror of the divine whip, is that it contaminates all living things and substances, causing countless creatures to completely degenerate, and even the gods to fall. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1376.
Civilization standen.
In an instant, the castle that dominates Vientiane felt a fatal crisis. It felt that if it continued like this, its body and soul would be completely eroded by the endless power of sin. If it were an ordinary power of sin, there is nothing that can be done about a master of this level, but the power of sin contained in the divine whip is too much, and it is simply a collection of countless lives in the universe. Even if the power of sin possessed by one life is extremely rare, but billions of trillions, if trillions and trillions of living beings were added up, that would be unimaginable data. It felt as if it was completely enveloped by a universe full of sin, trying to swallow it completely. So it made an immediate decision and used the master spell on its body. Power, one civilized universe after another, was thrown out directly by it in an instant, bombarding these sinful powers. In an instant, countless lives within these civilized universes let out shrill screams. They were suddenly wrapped in endless sins and eroded into evil ghosts. The entire civilized universe seemed to have turned into hell at this moment, from the inside to the outside. They all show a dark color, and every place is filled with the terrifying power of sin. It seems that there are countless black rivers of sin flowing on the earth, condensed into substance, like a gelatinous state. It is simply eye-catching. My scalp is numb. After spending 129,600 civilized universes, the Castle of Dominance of Vientiane has finally been able to withstand all the power of sin bombarded by the divine whip. It can be said that these civilizations serve as scapegoats to help Castle of Vientiane withstanding the erosion of the power of sin. This can be regarded as helping Wuxia Castle avoid disaster. Otherwise, even if Wuxia Castle does not die this time, it will definitely be seriously injured. What kind of magic weapon is this? The pupils of the Lord Vientiane Castle shrank and stared at Furukawa. Its fear of Furukawa reached an unprecedented height. It was just a careless incident and it almost died. You can imagine how terrifying this kid is. Even if there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, it is definitely not an existence that can be killed easily. The other masters were also shocked. They naturally sensed the horror of this dark golden whip. It almost killed Wuxia Castle. What a terrifying treasure it was. This was the first time they saw it. Such a terrifying and sinful dark magic weapon. To be honest, this magic weapon is simply a double-edged sword. If there is no way to control it, the first person to die will definitely be the person holding this magic weapon. To a certain extent, this magic weapon, even if they get the magic weapon, they dare not use it. The Divine Whip is the #1 killing treasure in the 6-path universe. It is the whip of the Great Avenue, the whip of judgment, and the Supreme Whip, specially designed to kill all extraordinary beings in the world. Furukawa said lightly. He didn't mind explaining the origin of the Divine Whip to these masters at all. Instead, the more he said, the better. After all, he wanted to delay as much time as possible so that the 6 Paths Contest of Gods could be completed quickly. So, naturally, he didn't care about the waste. Some time to explain. A whip. The face of the master of the Vientiane Castle is extremely ugly. It feels that this treasure is truly worthy of its name. It contains the terrifying power of killing gods and indeed has the power to kill all gods. Even a master like it may be killed if he is not careful. Killed with a whip, one can imagine how terrifying this magic weapon is. It is definitely not unworthy of its reputation. But it also did not expect that the kid in front of it would have such a terrifying magic weapon in addition to the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is simply unbelievable. Unbelievable. Jiejia, Wuxia Castle. It seems that you are not able to do it anymore. This magic whip is perfect to restrain your power. If you continue to do it, it will be like giving away food. Let me do it. At this moment, the master's gray eyeball suddenly took action. It can be said that it was extremely insidious. Taking advantage of Furukawa's unpreparedness, it launched a brazen attack on Furukawa from an incredible blind angle, trying to put Furukawa to death. The master's technique: destroy the evil light. Whoosh! In an instant, a black, terrifying light shot out from the depths of the gray eyeball pupil. It was simply a vast black light pillar, containing unimaginable power of destruction. And the speed of this blow, it was so fast that it simply transcended the limitations of time and space. When it looked at Furukawa, the attack had already started. To a certain extent, the gray eyeball was the master with the fastest attack speed. When the enemy is seen by it, the enemy is already dead. This is simply an omniscient and omnipotent evil eye, which has insight into the chaotic void. No matter what it is, it can't hide this terrible evil eye. In an instant, this evil light of destruction comes with a blast, and its power can explode a chaotic universe. Even the defenses at the level of cosmic secret treasures cannot stop it. This is the attack of the gray eyeball, invincible, ridiculous. But at this moment, Furukawa took action. He had already noticed the sneak attack of the master's gray eyeball, so he had been waiting for the gray eyeball to take action. He waved the magic whip in his hand and killed him with one whip. Immediately erupted with terrible power, and an unimaginable whip shadow appeared in the depths of the chaotic void, tearing the chaotic void apart. Dong dong dong. The next second, these two forces collided together. It was like two supreme forces. The dark forces were colliding crazily, with countless evil, dark, cursed, killing, corrosion, and other forces intertwined with each other and constantly canceling each other out. Immediately, the two forces erupted with unimaginable shock waves, sweeping out in all directions. Deep in the void space, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The surrounding planets and worlds could not withstand such a shock wave. They were destroyed in an instant and turned into powder. One can imagine the power of the shock wave. Furukawa raised his eyebrows. He immediately discovered that the sinful power of the divine whip bombarded the gray eyeball, but it did not cause much damage. On the contrary, countless sinful powers were swallowed up in small parts, and most of them were expelled. It was supposed to cause terrible damage to the Overlord. Even the Vientiane castle could not withstand it, but it did not have the expected effect on the Overlord's gray eyeballs. Jie, stupid kid, my gray eyes are the master of all evil arts, tricks, and dark arts. The power of sin is a power that other masters are afraid of avoiding, but for me, it is its nothing. Even I have been associated with the power of sin all year round. Although your whip is powerful, it still can't do anything to me. The master's gray eyeballs said with a smile, staring at Furukawa with a triumphant look in his eyes. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1377. Not working. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he also knew that the magic weapon of the Divine Whip is extremely powerful and can almost restrain most lives, but it actually has no effect on a small number of special lives. Especially those dark creatures, which are all year round. The supreme beings who are associated with the power of sin are extremely good at using the power of sin, so how can the Divine Whip be effective? The Master of Gray Eyeballs is the best among them and can be called the Master of Darkness. The source of darkness, curse, and weirdness, when the power of the Divine Whip came to it, it was naturally weakened to the extreme. In fact, this is normal. No one can beat all the invincible opponents in the world with just one skill. Little devil, let me show you what is the source of all weirdness, magic, and darkness. My gray eyes will make you regret being born in this world. The master's gray eyeball shouted loudly.
Boom tilde tilde.
The master's level magic, the evil killing method. In an instant, deep in the chaotic void, a huge gray eyeball, the pupil rotated slowly, like a kaleidoscope, from densely packed evil runes appeared in the depths of the pupils. Each evil rune contains incredible evil power, such as curse, killing, devouring, darkness, erosion, distortion, and other terrible evil powers. Just a magic rune is a supreme evil spell, capable of destroying a world, or even a universe. It is the source of countless evil forces in the cosmic sea, and is the evil eye that spans the cosmic sea, controlling all strange things. The existence of the magic is an indescribable evil god.
Wow.
In an instant, countless evil magic runes gathered together to form a huge, evil magic field. They fell from the sky and crushed directly towards Furukawa, covering the sky, blocking out the sun. This witchcraft field contains extremely terrifying power of distortion, curse, and killing power. The lives in this field will be immediately eroded by the power of witchcraft. Become a puppet of the evil power and turn into a cursed object. Vaguely, the entire field is filled with endless power of sin, as if there are countless evil ghosts and evil things living in this area. It's really awesome. Furukawa raised his eyebrows. He could sense the terrifying aspect of the master's gray eyeballs. He was worthy of being the supreme being who is the source of all sorcery and trickery, and the real master of evil. The other party was indeed right. The Whipper, although the power is extremely powerful, the threat to the gray eyeball is not as great as other masters. After all, the truly terrifying power of the god Whip lies in the power of sin, which can corrode the souls and bodies of countless lives. But the gray eyeball is not like this.
Concern.
For the gray eyeball, these sinful powers cannot harm its essence at all. On the contrary, it may swallow part of its power and increase the origin of its own body. But do you think I can't do anything to you without the magic whip? It's so naive. Furukawa sneered. He formed seals with his hands, showing the shape of a swastika. With his body as the center, he immediately produced waves of sound waves visible to the naked eye, emitting a huge golden light. In an instant, a wave of sound waves burst out from his body. Formation of sacred syllables.
Ma, ni, ba, mi, hum.
Suddenly, these 6 syllables emerged between heaven and earth. They are the first syllables of the birth of this cosmic sea, and they are the original sound and origin sound of heaven and earth. Vaguely, these 6 syllables bloomed with endless golden light. Each syllable is an origin word and an origin rune, containing unfathomable power. And these 6 syllables are combined to form a unique chapter, the 6-character mantra. What? As Furukawa continued to chant the power of the 6-character mantra, the 9 masters seemed to hear the bursts of origin sounds at this moment. They seemed to see the bursts of origin sounds erupting at the moment when the cosmic sea was just born. The source of all syllables comes from this 6-character mantra. Each syllable contains incredible power of purification and blessing. They have the power to purify all evil forces and all evil distracting thoughts. Oops. The face of the master's gray eyeballs suddenly changed. It felt a series of fatal crises. For an existence like it, the source of evil magic and the source of darkness, ordinary purification power has no effect. Even if it is the Lord of Light, the power of light and the power of purification can easily distort and erode. This is absolute darkness, the deepest level of sin and evil, and it is impossible to purify it. But the 6-character mantra that Furukawa is chanting now is extremely terrifying. Is the first syllable of heaven and earth, the first law of the cosmic sea, and contains the power of purification that returns all power to chaos. Even a source of evil magic like it cannot withstand this initial power of purification.
Wow. La.
The next second, with Furukawa's body as the center, endless golden light erupted, covering a radius of hundreds of trillions of light years. It seemed that countless Buddhas were singing Sanskrit and reciting scriptures at this moment. A series of supreme purification scriptures also appeared between heaven and earth, with densely twisted runes appearing on them, as if they were recording the beginning of the cosmic sea.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the evil-killing method collapsed, and the field composed of countless evil powers was torn into pieces by countless golden lights. It was as if at this moment, countless evil existences, cursed existences, and sinful existences were completely purified under the golden light of Buddhism, vanished into ashes, and returned to nothingness. Countless dark forces were completely expelled at this moment. It was like the first ray of light born between heaven and earth, containing unimaginable power of purification and destruction. Awe! Immediately, the master's gray eyeballs couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, because countless golden rays of light came and blasted directly into its eyeballs, burning its eyeballs, making a sizzling sound, and huge white rays emerged. Thick smoke. Just this blow caused the master's gray eyeball to suffer unimaginable damage. A large amount of black blood flowed out from the depth of the pupil, which can be said to be 1,000 holes. Originally, these golden rays of light were very harmful to normal creatures. For sacred creatures, it has no lethality. No, it is not just as simple as no lethality, it even has great benefits. After hearing the sound of such a 6-character mantra, countless lives will immediately fall into a state of enlightenment. The power will be immediately blessed, and at the same time, the negative emotions and distracting thoughts in one's body will be washed away, making the soul extremely ethereal, with endless benefits. But for evil creatures, it is simply the most terrifying attack. Just like ice and snow meeting sunlight, they began to melt away one after another. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1378. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In an instant, the master's gray eyeballs felt a fatal crisis. It felt that if it continued to be exposed to these 6-character mantras, it would probably be severely injured even if it was immortal. Whoosh! It flashed and fell back an unknown amount. Light years away, he instantly avoided the influence of the 6-character mantra.
Escape so fast?
Doesn't it make me regret being born in this world? Furukawa smiled slightly and looked at the master's gray eyes lightly. Damn it, this kid. Hearing this, the master's gray eyes were so angry that he almost wanted to eat Furukawa alive. This kid didn't open any pot, and he clearly wanted to slap himself in the face. But when he thought of what he said just now, I can't think of any solution. I was really slapped in the face. Kid, you're so arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want if you have some special treasure? See how I come to kill your majesty. The Lord of the Blood Basin shouted loudly, and it smiled ferociously. A terrifying bloody aura filled the air from its body, as if countless wronged souls were surrounding it, and an unimaginable devouring force burst out, seeming to have the power to devour the world. Now, is it your turn to speak? Furukawa glanced sideways and punched the master with a big mouth. The master-level technique, the Divine Fist of Destiny. This is a peerless fist technique he created, a supreme divine fist that can mobilize the power of destiny. One punch, as the bombardment continued, it was as if countless powers of destiny were eroding away. Even if the enemy came into contact with just a trace of the power of the fist, he would be shocked to death by the power of destiny. When he was only in the realm of the Lord of the Universe, the power of the Divine Fist of Destiny, the power has reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, he has been promoted to the realm of dominance. It is conceivable that the power of this boxing technique has been increased countless times. The most important thing is that he is the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the master of this universe. The Master can mobilize the power of destiny of the infinite sentient beings in the entire six-path universe anytime and anywhere. It can be said that the power of this punch is not only the power of the boxing itself, but more importantly, the power of the endless destiny of the entire six-path universe. Of course, he cannot mobilize the power of destiny of all sentient beings in the six realms, but even if he can only mobilize a part of the power of destiny, it is extremely terrifying power and invincible. Damn it! In an instant, the hair on the Master's bloody mouth stood up. When Furukawa struck with a punch, it felt an unprecedented crisis and extreme murderous intent. At this moment, it felt the horror of this punch, as if it was the power of destiny in the dark is crushing, bursting out the endless corrosive power of destiny. And it can't dodge this punch at all, because this is a punch from fate, no matter where it hides. It can't. The only way to escape is to resist. This is one of the terrifying things about the Fist of Destiny. It is a punch that cannot be avoided. Trying to kill me with a bloody mouth is just a joke. The magic of killing with blood will bury the gods. Xuepan shouted angrily. I saw endless bloody breath pouring out from the depths of its mouth. These bloody breaths twisted and meandered in the void, condensing into countless bloody killing talismans. Each bloody rune contained with the power of killing, devouring, death, and so on. It is like a small killing universe, devouring all life and material power. And countless blood runes are combined to form a huge killing array. When crushed, it was earth-shattering and contained terrible destructive power. Rumble. The next second, a fist condensed from the power of fate came from the depths of the void and hit the bloody killing array hard. It exploded with earth-shattering power. Immediately, the endless power of destiny crushed over, shattering the chaotic time and space in all directions, shaking everything around it into powder, into nothingness, and into chaos. And this terrifying killing array under the crushing power of endless destiny, it was shattered in an instant, and countless bloody runes were shattered and turned into ashes.
Ah!
The Master's bloody mouth couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, because its body was also hit solidly by the Fist of Destiny. The terrifying power of the fate of all living beings bombarded its body, causing terrifying destructive power. It is huge. His body was pushed back hundreds of millions of light years. Along the way, no one knew how many worlds and stars were shattered. The void was completely torn apart by the power of fate, and dense cracks appeared in the void, like a spider web. With a pop, the Dominator couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. It was obviously seriously injured. You must know that it is a Dominator, with unparalleled power and invincibility. Now it is beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a junior. It's an unimaginable shame. It's unprecedented. It was just a minor injury? Furukawa squinted his eyes. He also saw the scene. Originally, he thought that he had gathered the endless power of the six paths of life with one punch. Even if it couldn't kill the bloody mouth, it would still severely injure the opponent. But now it seems that he still too much underestimated the Dominator Xuepan. When the power of fate of this punch bombarded Xuepan, the power of the Xuepan's own defensive spells was immediately activated, instinctively swallowing the huge erosion of fate. Power. You must know that the bloody mouth is extremely terrifying and has the power to swallow up the world. Even the power of fate will be swallowed up by it and taken directly as its own. Therefore, when this punch hits the bloody mouth, even though it vomited blood, but in fact most of the corrosive power of fate was swallowed up by it. Because of this punch, which is enough to severely injure an ordinary lord, can only bring a certain degree of power to the lord's bloody mouth. Injuries. There is no way to cause fatal injuries. Sure enough, the overlord is not that easy to kill. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Until this moment, he also realized the terrifying nature of the 9 Masters. They are indeed the existences that have suppressed the origin continent for countless universes and reincarnations for many years. Even if he has a monster talent and creates unimaginable secret treasures, he still can't. There are magical powers, But if you want to defeat these old monsters who have lived for who knows how long, there is still a certain distance. Damn Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, I will definitely kill you, cut your body into thousands of pieces, and make you irrecoverable. The Dominator shouted angrily, shocked and angry. Its voice came across billions of light years, and the sound was as terrifying as thunder. It shook the surrounding chaotic void and caused bursts of energy visible to the naked eye. Ripples in the void. It is conceivable what level of anger the Lord of the Bloody Mouth has reached at this moment. It simply wants to skin and remove Furukawa's skin and bones immediately and break his body into thousands of pieces. This is something it has never done in ancient times.
Shame.
All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1379. Haha, bloody mouth, you 2F today. The master of the Chaos God's tomb laughed loudly. I have said that you are no match for this kid, but you still don't believe it. Now you have been severely punished. Let's see how I teach this kid.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, endless aura of death and tombs filled the air from it. An endless tomb spanned countless light years in the chaotic void. In this tomb, there were tombstones standing one after another. Each tombstone stands like a mountain, exuding unfathomable aura and power. I am the tomb, where all Dharma is buried. The master of the tomb of the Chaos God stepped forward and said quietly, but like a golden rule, he burst out with unimaginable power of law and enveloped the chaotic time and space in all directions. Crash. The next second, a big tomb crushed down, full of darkness, death, sin, and abyss, and this tomb is extremely quiet. No sound can be heard. This is like the ultimate tranquility after death, the ruins after the end. Nothing exists between heaven and earth. It seems that the whole world is in a state of deathly silence at this moment. This is the real world after death. Everything is a place of nothingness. Nothing can survive. This is a place of eternal silence. What? Feeling the attack from the master of Chaos God's tomb, Furukawa's pupils shrank, feeling the horror of the master of Chaos God's tomb. This blow far exceeded the previous master's attack. Vaguely, he seemed to feel a big tomb. It was overwhelmingly crushing, as if a world of death was about to pull him in, returning to eternal tranquility. At this moment, he vaguely saw that the depths of this tomb contained endless power of origin and power of death, possessing with the power of burying everything. He even seemed to hear the roar of ancient sounds of death. Bury, bury, bury. Bury the sky, the earth, the gods. It seems that this tomb buries everything in the world, whether it is heaven, earth, or life. Everything will return to the tomb after death and turn into eternal tranquility. Rumble. He saw tentacles of death seem to appear from the depths of the tomb, surrounding them. Densely packed, once caught by these death tentacles, they will definitely die. Any enemy will be grabbed tightly, pulled into the grave, completely buried, and will never be reincarnated. This is the terrifying power of the ancient master. Once he takes action, brought about a fatal crisis, which is an almost unstoppable force. It is worthy of being the tomb of the Lord Chaos God. It is indeed extraordinary, but just like this is not enough. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light, staring at the tomb of the Lord Chaos God, and he took action instantly.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, a talisman appeared in front of Furukawa. This talisman exuded ancient, sacred, chaotic, causal, the unfathomable aura of life and death, etc. This talisman seems to have come to life. Its appearance is like a primitive ancient snake. Its head and tail are intertwined to form an absolutely perfect circle. And this talisman is Furukawa's body. The most important weapon of faith, the original ancient snake talisman.
Wow.
In an instant, This primitive ancient snake talisman This power contains eternal power and represents along the ultimate avenue of origin. The breath of immortality, eternity, and chaos circulates. The power in it is terrifying and boundless, and contains the power to kill the Lord. Under the control of the Lord's eternal river, this eternal spear blasts towards Furukawa. Killing it, it seemed that the chaotic time and space was torn apart, and he arrived in front of Furukawa in an instant. So strong, worthy of being the master of the eternal river. This kid was completely cold, and the time and space around him instantly froze, and he couldn't move at all. Calculation without intention, this is the most powerful assassination method. It is absolutely impossible for this kid to withstand this blow. This is the most powerful means of domination and assassination. This kid will definitely die this time. When the other masters saw this scene, they were all amazed. Even if they had seen the master of the Eternal River take action before, they were amazed at the terror of the master of the Eternal River every time. The other master had mastered the power of the origin of time, space, and destiny. Especially for the control of the power of time and space, once the Eternal River takes action, it can immediately solidify the surrounding time and space. Even if the master faces this power of time and space, it will be imprisoned instantly, and they can only watch themselves being imprisoned. In this piece of time and space, it is impossible to move. With this power, the Lord of Eternity is simply invincible. With one strike, any enemy will be wiped out and reduced to nothing. The power of this eternal spear can kill other masters, causing all matter and power to completely collapse. This is the ultimate power to dominate the Eternal River, and the terror is boundless. Madness. But at this moment, Furukawa looked at the ruler of the Eternal River indifferently, although he was temporarily imprisoned by the power of time and space that dominated the Eternal River. Even according to his methods, it would take a certain degree to break free from such time and space.
Time.
For a top being like the master of Eternal River, even a small delay will cause fatal flaws, enough for Eternal River to kill its opponent countless times. But Furukawa had actually expected this. He knows the biggest enemy of the Lord Eternal River very well. How could he not have the means to defend against the opponent? Even if he is fighting other lords, he is always preventing the Lord Eternal River from sneak attacks. So in order to prevent the Lord Eternal River from sneak attacks, he directly deployed a passive master-level spell on himself, which will be automatically activated once he encounters an attack. The master-level spell, the Art of Parallel Worlds. This is the strongest defensive spell on Furukawa, and also the strongest defensive technique that cannot be matched by the Gate of Reincarnation. It can create countless parallel worlds in an instant. At first, this was just an illusion, the strongest illusion that can trap the enemy in endless parallel time and space. But when he was promoted to the realm of domination, this technique completely transformed and reached the point where he could turn the false into the real. With a single thought, he could create countless real parallel worlds. In this way, any enemy attack anyone who comes to the parallel world technique will be transferred to countless parallel worlds and will not harm Furukawa's body.
Wow.
The next second, a vast ray of light burst out from Furukawa's body. Layer after layer world defenses have emerged, densely packed, exceeding the number of trillions. Each world barrier is a parallel world. It can be said that countless parallel worlds are covering Furukawa at this moment, which is like a parallel world. An armor from an unimaginable world, and Furukawa's true body is hidden in the deepest part of a parallel world. Rumble. Immediately, this eternal spear finally attacked and bombarded these parallel worlds fiercely. The terrifying power of domination and eternal power burst out in vain, tearing everything apart and destroying everything. Suddenly, countless parallel worlds numbering in the billions simply could not withstand such a dominant power, such power of time and space, power of fate, and power of eternity. Countless parallel worlds were completely shattered and wiped out. But even so, the power of this blow only destroyed part of the parallel world, and most of the parallel world was not destroyed. It's like having billions of layers of armor on your body. At this moment, billions of layers of armor have been destroyed. There is no way to harm the main body. Even if you touch the main body, you don't know how far it is. Impossible. What kind of magical power is this that can actually withstand my eternal blow? Seeing this scene, even the extremely calm Lord Eternal River couldn't help but be shocked. It simply couldn't believe its eyes, and couldn't believe that Furukawa could block his fatal blow so lightly. Although it had previously, I don't think that my blow can really kill Furukawa, but at least it can seriously injure Furukawa. It has such confidence and strength. But now, my eternal blow has been blocked by this kid's magic. Come down, this is really unbelievable. If you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes and experienced it yourself, you wouldn't be able to believe such a thing. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1384. This is the magical power that I created, the world's most powerful defensive spell, the art of parallel worlds. I once used this magic to trap 3 peak gods to death when I was in the realm of the Lord of the Universe. Lord, let them fall into a parallel world and be unable to extricate themselves. Furukawa smiled slightly. What? As soon as these words came out, many masters were surprised. You must know that the gap between the higher master of the universe and the peak master of the universe is simply endless. Generally speaking, if the Lord of the higher universe encounters the Lord of the universe, he will have no choice but to run for his life. Once he is caught, he will definitely die. But this kid, who is only in the realm of the Lord of the higher universe, actually used this method. It is an unimaginable miracle that the 3 masters of the universe have been trapped by the magic. It can be imagined that the power of this magic is simply unbelievable. Of course, they did not doubt Furukawa's words. Reaching this level after that, they can completely tell whether the other party is lying, and they do feel the power of this spell. They can definitely do such a thing. The art of parallel world? It is indeed an extremely mysterious magical power. With one blow, it immediately creates countless real parallel worlds. These worlds are used as barriers to trap all enemies trapped in parallel time and space. If you cannot have the power to transcend the entire parallel time and space, then there is simply no way to achieve detachment. The castle that dominates everything is amazed. It is a great magical user who uses magical powers. It has seen countless magics, so after hearing Furukawa's explanation, he immediately understood the mystery of this magic and the principles behind it. To be honest, it has to admire this kid's whimsical idea to create such an amazing spell. This is definitely one of the top spells in the world. Even if it is over countless years, the Cosmic Sea has produced countless spells, and this magical spell can definitely be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 3. It is no wonder that in the face of the fatal blow of the Lord of the Eternal River, this Tao magic can also be easily resisted. It seems that you also understand the power of this technique. Furukawa stood with his hands behind his back. In this way, you should also know that with this magic to protect my body, even the power of the Lord can't do anything to me. This is the strongest defensive magic. I have been in trouble for a long time. In an invincible position. Just admit defeat. You have completely failed this time. He looked at the 9 masters lightly. Ridiculous. This parallel world technique is indeed powerful. It creates countless parallel worlds in an instant as a barrier. As long as these parallel worlds are not destroyed, it cannot harm your body. Even if there is no way to destroy all parallel worlds instantly, you can still countless world barriers can be created with a single thought. The eyes of the ruler of Eternal River showed a glimmer of light, but this does not mean that there is no way to break this magic. There is no magic in this world that is invincible, only relatively invincible. Any magic power will have its flaws. Oh, then how do you want to break this spell? Furukawa asked. It's very simple. There is only one solution, and that is to use force to defeat the law. The Master Giant Axe stood up and looked at Furukawa ferociously. No matter how powerful this technique is, it is just a magical technique after all, and its power has its limit. If our 9 masters attack at the same time, and the explosion exceeds the limit that these parallel worlds can bear, then this magic method will naturally be completely destroyed. It said a simple and crude method. Hearing this, Furukawa was silent. It is indeed the case. This is the simplest method to crack the parallel world technique, but it is also the most difficult method. After all, the person who performs this technique is Furukawa, who has been promoted to the realm of dominance. Is there any existence in the world that can destroy all parallel worlds in an instant? If the masters of other universes fall into parallel worlds, they will only be imprisoned in this world for the rest of their lives and will never be able to do so again.
It is possible to escape from it.
But the 9 masters are different. The power on them is really terrifying. The original power of their bodies has surpassed the power of tens of billions of universe reincarnations. If the 9 masters take action at the same time as the new masters, Furukawa cannot withstand the destructive power blasted by the 9 masters, and this technique will be broken instantly. This is to defeat skill with force. No matter how exquisite this technique is, in the face of such destruction everywhere, the power to crush everything will be directly smashed into pieces and completely turned into powder. Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you are indeed a rare genius that I have seen in the world, and a rare evildoer in the ancient times. If you are given another period of time, you may really be able to sweep away our 9 great masters. It's a pity that you don't have time anymore. You will die under our joint efforts today. The castle that dominates Vientiane stares at Furukawa. Kid, if we can make our 9 masters give up all conflicts and all prejudices just to deal with you, you can leave your name in history. The master of the Chaos God's tomb stared at Furukawa with murderous intent, not hiding the murderous intention in it at all. It had long wanted to bury Furukawa completely in history. Because this kid is too dangerous. Given time, their 9 masters, they will all die at the hands of this kid, so they must prevent this future from happening. Kill. The Lord of the Eternal River shouted loudly and took action immediately without any mercy.
Boom.
In an instant, the other 8 lords also took action collectively, and waves of destructive law fluctuations erupted from their bodies, shaking the chaos in all directions. Time and space are fragmented, like glass, with dense cracks appearing. Countless creatures around them feel this destructive aura, as if the end is coming, and as if the heaven and earth are angry, destroying all creatures in the world and returning the world to chaos. Clatter. The next second, the power of the 9 masters bombarded them mercilessly, directly bombarding the parallel world technique that was blocking Furukawa, causing unimaginable destructive power. Click, click, click. Immediately, countless parallel worlds were countless times more fragile than tofu in the face of such a dominant force. With a slight collision, they were immediately shattered and turned into the form of atoms. It's not even just one parallel world, but all parallel worlds. It's like a reservoir filled with a lot of floods, bursting the entire reservoir alive, and all the buildings were completely destroyed by the floods.
Same thing.
The power of the 9 masters was like a flood, a devastating attack, and instantly destroyed the parallel world technique that was blocking Furukawa. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1385. Feeling this devastating power, Furukawa knew that his parallel world technique could no longer be resisted. If he resisted forcefully, he would be severely injured instantly and die without a burial place. In this case, there was no need for him to resist forcefully. Thinking of this, He made a decisive decision and dodged the fatal blows from the 9 masters. And the throne of the Heavenly Emperor was completely shattered by the power of the masters, and the entire Lingxiao Palace was instantly destroyed. Exploded. Haha, Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, you finally couldn't sit still anymore and finally rolled out from the damn throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Do you think you escaped this blow? Do you think you escaped? This is just the beginning. The Lord of the Infinite Prison laughed loudly. Seeing that Furukawa could no longer stand aloof and sat on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven to fight against all enemies, it felt extremely relieved and finally forced this kid into a desperate situation. Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he immediately discovered that the 9 masters had joined forces to attack. It was not just a simple attack on the parallel world, but also a direct bombardment on the golden dragon of luck in heaven. It can be said that the 9 masters' the real purpose is not to attack Furukawa's parallel world technique at all, but to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the golden dragon of luck in heaven. Once the golden dragon of luck in heaven is destroyed, then heaven will lose its orthodox position recognized by heaven and earth. And Furukawa is no longer the supreme emperor of heaven, but just like them, they are just ordinary sentient beings in the 6 paths. It can be said that without the power of destiny and the recognition of heaven and earth, then the position of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation will be if it becomes vacant. Anyone can snatch it. This is like the death of an emperor. All princes have the opportunity to become emperors and create a new dynasty. Woo-woo. In an instant, the power of the 9 masters bombarded the golden dragon of luck in the heaven, and the golden dragon of luck let out a mournful cry. If it were in its heyday, the power of the luck golden dragon would be integrated with the 6 paths of reincarnation, and even the 9 masters would not be able to shake it. But now, the luck golden dragon has long been full of holes. There were dense holes in its body, all of which were crazily eaten away by the sons of chaos. It can be said that it has long been a golden jade, but inside it is just a paper tiger. Therefore, when the power of the 9 masters bombarded the heavenly golden dragon of luck, it could no longer withstand this power. It was immediately beaten to pieces and completely disintegrated. Rumble. The next second, a vast chaotic phenomenon appeared in the entire 6 Paths universe. The heaven and earth were wailing, there was blood rain, ghosts were crying, gods were howling, and sinister winds were bursting. It seemed that the origin of chaos was crying for it, and countless sentient beings were crying. Lament. This is mourning the fall of a huge force.
Wow.
When the luck golden dragon died, the endless luck that originally gathered on the luck golden dragon collapsed in all directions. Part of it integrated into the heaven and earth, part of it integrated into the many children of destiny, and part of it disappeared. After all, luck is an immortal substance. It cannot be destroyed, it can only be transferred. Haha, these powers of luck belong to us. The 9 masters laughed. They were extremely excited. Seeing so many collapsing fortunes, they seemed to see the most precious treasure between heaven and earth. They had been planning for such a long time just to carve up the countless treasures in heaven. The power of luck has gained control over the 6 paths of reincarnation, and success is imminent. So naturally, they cannot just watch the power of luck disintegrate and run away everywhere, so they immediately intercept and snatch the power of luck. In an instant, the 9 masters took action, grabbed it with their big hands, and immediately divided the completely collapsed golden dragon of luck, as if it was cut into 8 pieces. Then they each had a huge ball in their hands. Luck of heaven and earth. The Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heaven collapsed, and your luck collapsed. You completely lost control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You will no longer be the designated master of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation has also become an ownerless thing, and only those who can live in it live. The Dominator beasts laughed and were extremely excited. They finally defeated this extremely terrifying enemy. They were confident every time they fought with Furukawa before, but in the end they were severely beaten and completely lost. To be honest, they were more or less afraid of Furukawa. But now they finally succeeded, snatching all the power of destiny from this boy, causing this boy to completely lose control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In this way, everyone is standing on the same starting line, and they also have the opportunity to occupy these 6 realms of reincarnation. Yeah. Furukawa grabbed it with his big hand, and with a bang, the bodies of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Yuli, who were originally protected, were shaken, and the seed of chaos and the origin text on their bodies were suddenly stripped away from their bodies.
Come out.
Immediately, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Yuli sensed waves of weakness in themselves. After all, without the power of the origin text and the seed of chaos, their combat power was reduced by most. But in this way, this allowed Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Yuli to be completely liberated. From then on, the sea and the sky would never be controlled by the 9 lords and Furukawa. From this point of view, they were considered extremely lucky. After all, even without the assistance of these external forces, they are still top powerhouses. Even every ray of power they cultivate belongs to them, and others cannot snatch it away.
Wow.
The next second, Furukawa tapped again, and instantly the 4 people, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanburian, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Yuli, were shot out and directly teleported to an unknown number of light years away. After all, it was now a domination-level battlefield. Sun Wukong, Tang Sanburian, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Yuli were for little. If the guy continues to stay here, he will easily be shocked to death. So for their safety, Furukawa took action to send them all away to a safe place. Wanna run? Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and he saw 4 seeds of chaos floating in the air running around. It seemed that he sensed a huge crisis, and he immediately wanted to escape. But with a light finger, the 4 origin words immediately burst into endless waves. The power of origin filled the air with bursts of golden light, covering these seeds of chaos. Refining. Furukawa pointed again. Suddenly, the power of the 4 origin words burst out, containing the terrifying power of origin, as if it were a furnace, refining these 4 seeds of chaos. Although these seeds of chaos are extremely powerful, the immortal substance was still vulnerable to the power of the origin text, and was refined in an instant. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1386. ZZZZ. In an instant, under the power of the origin text, the 4 seeds of chaos were refined at once, and bursts of black mist emerged, floating between the sky and the earth. It can be said that in one breath, the huge energy contained in these seeds of chaos and the power of luck are instantly fused together and turned into a huge light group. Whoosh! The next second, these lucky light groups, as well as the huge source energy and the origin text, all fell into Furukawa's hands, and they were swallowed up by him in one fell swoop and became his own. He felt that the original energy in his body had increased exponentially, and at the same time, he was enveloped by a huge force of luck. It was as if all the anti-king forces were converging on him. Damn it, you bastard! You actually dare to trick us! Seeing this scene, the 9 masters were stunned for a moment, because things happened so fast that it was almost too fast to be seen. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't stop it in time. All of them had expressions on their faces. They were all extremely embarrassed, and stared at Furukawa. Now, they didn't know that they had fallen into this kid's trick, and fell into the other party's trick. Apparently, just now Tang San buried the 4 sons of chaos, Sun Wukong, Sha Yuli, and Zhu Beiji. Is basically the secret hand left by this kid Furukawa, this kid's spy ambushing among the sons of chaos, and his chess piece. They plot the huge power of destiny in heaven, but this kid is also secretly plotting various ways. The power of anti-king's luck wanted to rob them of all their success in an instant. I have to say that this kid did succeed. While they were unprepared, he actually robbed all the original energy and origin of the Chaos Seed. The power. You must know that these anti-kings are fighting everywhere, plundering the power of destiny in countless places, and poaching the corners of heaven everywhere. It can be said that they have obtained almost 40% of the power of destiny of heaven. Such a huge power of destiny of heaven and earth. The power should have been in the hands of the 9 masters, but now it was snatched back by Furukawa in one fell swoop. Originally, this boy was already at an absolute disadvantage. When all the power of fate merged into one, it fell into the hands of the 9 masters. In the hands of the master, they can drive Furukawa out. But now, this kid actually turned his back on defense and used a small trick to snatch back 40% of the power of luck. This is simply cruel. He slapped the faces of the 9 masters and slapped them countless times on their proud faces, and their faces were completely swollen. Boy, when did you put spies into Sons of Anarchy? The master figure beast felt incredible. You must know that these Sons of Chaos are carefully selected by them. After checking them countless times, they have determined that these Sons of Chaos have no backhand left by Furukawa.
But there are only 4 Chaos left.
The son is this kid's backup man, this kid's spy. It is simply crazy and has no idea how Furukawa did it.
When?
They were already mine before your plan even started. Furukawa smiled slightly. At this time, he didn't mind explaining these things to the other party. What? As soon as these words came out, the 9 masters were completely shocked, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Before their plans even started, this kid has already started planting spies. In other words, this kid has seen the future and has a thorough understanding of their plans, so he can plot against them and let them fall into the trap without knowing it. How terrifying this is! The power of deduction is more terrifying than the Eternal River's ability to predict the future. After all, even the ruler of the Eternal River cannot see the future because the situation is too complicated. Many rulers are chess players, and heroes from all walks of life are all chess players. Coming to disrupt the situation, the war situation has long been chaotic and the secrets of heaven are in chaos. Therefore, even the Eternal River cannot see any picture of the future. To be honest, it does not know which direction the future will move in. Impossible. Even if spies are planted in advance, but there are so many Sons of Chaos. How do you know which Son of Chaos will survive to the end and become the final winner? The castle that dominates everything is staring at Furukawa, puzzled. You know, they have found countless Sons of Chaos, and each one is a son of the fate of heaven and earth, possessing unimaginable talents and qualifications. Even they are not, I am sure, which Son of Chaos can make it to the end and become the final winner. It is very likely that in the early stage, many Sons of Chaos were fighting each other, and these spies would be killed by other Sons of Chaos and robbed of all their treasures and power. But as for this kid, all 4 of the spies he planted actually made it to the end, and every spy even became the strongest Son of Chaos. This is really unbelievable to the extreme. If you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes, it would have been impossible. I won't believe such ridiculous things. This is a matter of vision. Furukawa smiled slightly, and he did not explain in detail. If he had to explain it, it would be that Tang San was buried, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Liuli must be one of the protagonists of the future 6 Paths universe, and they bear the power of the world's destiny. Such a being must be the protagonist, and it is impossible to die before completing the mission. He has already seen the future. It is because of this that his vision surpasses the 9 masters and plots all the plans of the 9 masters, causing the plan of the 9 masters to fall short. Damn bastard. The expressions on the faces of the 9 great masters are extremely ugly. It is useless to say anything now. Their plan has been completely seen through by the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The power of destiny that was destined to be obtained has now been divided up by this kid. That is, said that their idea of kicking Furukawa out of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was completely shattered, and the 2 sides were once again in a balanced situation, evenly matched. How about it?
You have completely failed now.
Your idea of kicking me out of the 6 realms of reincarnation has been shattered. This is no longer possible. Do you want to talk about it? Furukawa stood with his hands behind his hands. After hearing this, the faces of the 9 masters were uncertain. No one knew what they were thinking deep in their hearts and what kind of calculations they had. But at this moment, the master's gray eyes suddenly, he yelled angrily, "You bastard, the damn lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. How dare you deceive us like this? It's fake, it's all fake. This power of luck is fake." It stared at Furukawa. It was so angry that there seemed to be a lot of bloodshot eyes in the depths of its pupils. It was obviously so angry that its eyeballs were bloodshot. No one knew how angry it was. Has it been discovered? Hearing this, Furukawa's eyes flashed. He had delayed it for such a long time and obstructed everything. It seems that now, one of the masters has finally discovered something fishy. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1387. Fake? What do you mean? The other masters all looked at the master's gray eyes in unison. They didn't understand what the gray eyes meant, and they were all extremely confused. We have all been fooled by this kid. This world is false, and these powers of luck are also false. All our efforts are spent in a beautiful dream. The master's gray eyes stared at Furukawa angrily, as if he wanted to eat Furukawa alive. Is this world false? Impossible. How could there be illusions in this world that could deceive us? What on earth are you talking about? The Dominator Talisman Beast is in disbelief. It doesn't believe the words of the gray eyeball at all. After all, as an ancient master, it has never seen any illusions. No matter how powerful the illusion is, there will be flaws. It cannot be hidden from the omniscient and omnipotent master. That's right. If this world is really false, why didn't Eternal River notice it? The Dominator Picture Beast couldn't help but say. It didn't believe that it had been living in a false world and had never been able to see through it. This was simply scarier than anything else. It was as if it was being toyed with. The most important thing is that even the ruler of the Eternal River cannot detect it, which is really incredible. After all, the power of the ruler of the Eternal River is so terrifying. It is integrated into the river of time and space, and the river of destiny, which is equivalent to merging with this world. As one. Basically, every bit of this world is under its control. If something is wrong, it is impossible to hide it from the perception of the Eternal River. It really can't imagine what kind of illusion in the world can at the same time. He hides the secret from the 9 masters. Indeed, I didn't feel it before, but now that you tell me, I do feel that something is wrong with this world. The Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation is behaving too abnormally, and he seems to always be sure of victory. The ruler of the Eternal River couldn't help but nod. It tried its best to sense the surface world of the entire 6-path universe, but still couldn't detect anything wrong. But just like this, it felt more and more terrifying. This means that the other party's illusion has reached the level of it's so fake that even the master can't detect it. You are right, there are not many illusions in the world that can hide it from us, even the master-level illusions, so this world is real, and that is why this kid can hide it from us. The master's gray eyes said solemnly. Real? What on earth are you talking about? One moment you say it is false, the next moment you say it is true. Aren't you talking nonsense here? The dominating giant axe said dissatisfiedly. Please listen carefully to what I say. This is the brilliance of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. He created a real world of 6 paths, just like a cage, to imprison our 9 masters in it. The master's gray eyes said, it is precisely because this world is absolutely real that we cannot detect anything wrong and think that this is the real world of 6 realms. As everyone knows, there is one difference between this false world and the real world of 6 paths, that is, it does not have the authority to control the reincarnation of six paths. Even if it seizes the destiny of heaven and earth in this world, it is impossible to seize the authority of six paths. What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many masters changed drastically. It was extremely difficult to see. In order to compete for the authority of the six paths, they did not know how much thought, how much time was spent, and how much they planned secretly. Now this world is actually false. Even if you control the destiny of this world, you cannot control the true power of the six reincarnations. It is like a group of capitalists working hard, selling high and buying low to rob a company's stock, trying to completely control this world. All the equity of a listed company. But when they took full control and bought all the company's shares, they found that the company had long been a shell company, and the assets inside had been emptied out at some point. What they had, everything I did was in vain, and I was toyed with by others. This feeling of humiliation could not be described in words. Every lung was almost bursting with anger. How did you find out? The Lord of the Chaos Tomb couldn't help but ask. To be honest, it hasn't noticed anything wrong with this world until now, but the so-called magic industry has specialization. Although its overall strength is stronger than the Lord's gray eyeball, its understanding of illusions, regarding the mastery of eye skills, Gray Eyeball is the first of the 9 masters, and no one can compare with it. Naturally, I discovered it only after I got this power of luck. From this power of luck, I actually saw that there is a second world hidden in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The entire 6 paths of reincarnation is divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. The second world, the world, is the real world of 6 realms. Our current world is a false world and cannot truly grasp the authority of 6 realms. The master's gray eyes said solemnly, "The second world, yin and yang." The other masters were shocked in their hearts. They naturally did not doubt what Gray Eyeball said. After all, there was no need for the other party to lie, and saying these words would not do any good to it. But they did not expect that there was actually a second one hidden in the 6 paths of reincarnation. World, and that world is the real world of 6 paths, which controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, a huge ball of light slowly rising, its size is extremely huge, comparable to a chaotic universe, and dense data emerges deep inside, like a combination of zeros and ones, or the interweaving of yin and yang. I saw this ball of light flashing in bursts light, and endless data are flowing. It is like the origin of a chaotic universe, constantly calculating all the data between heaven and earth. At this time, a huge Great Thousand World appears behind it, and this Great Thousand World is in a world like a steel jungle. There are densely packed mechanical factories. Various space battleships, liquid robots, war robots, etc. are emerging endlessly. It seems that countless robot warriors can be created every second. Mechanical people? Furukawa smiled slightly. When he saw the growth of mechanical civilization, he immediately felt very satisfied. After all, this is the race he personally created, and it is also the only race. To a certain extent, the mechanical race is already one of the most powerful races in the world. It is the first race in the world, more powerful than the Chaos Demon God, and has created countless science and technologies. At the same time, the mechanical race is also the largest in number. The machines they have created have spread to every corner of the 6-path universe, penetrating into every corner of the universe. It covers all aspects of sentient beings in the 6 realms. Even Hell has products from the mechanical clan. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, Hell needs to deal with so many dead people and evil ghosts every day, and reincarnates so many dead people. Such huge data is extremely terrifying. Even if the Chaos Demon God wants to process these data in a short time, it is impossible. But with the help of a mechanical race that is good at processing data, it is completely different. All the data of the dead are entered into the computer and then recorded all. If you want to know the data of a certain dead person, you can immediately mobilize the data, which is extremely convenient and fast. Therefore, The tyranny of the machinery clan can be seen, and their influence has spread all over the six paths. And as the six paths of reincarnation continues to expand, countless universes are swallowed up. The machine clan has also gained too many benefits from it. As these universes are integrated into the six paths of reincarnation, the technology of these cosmic civilizations will naturally be swallowed up and absorbed by the machine clan and merged into the six paths of reincarnation. The technology of the mechanical tribe. It can be said that the technology of the mechanical tribe has advanced by leaps and bounds in recent years. It is many times more terrifying than the Zerg tribe at the time. It is simply not the same. Even if there are enough resources, the mechanical tribe can easily creating a lord of the universe is the powerful foundation of the mechanical race at this moment. It is no longer comparable to other civilizations. It is indeed a race with unlimited potential. Furukawa was immediately very satisfied. Although he has not paid much attention to the machinery clan in recent years, the machinery clan has not degenerated. Instead, it has continued to move forward and still firmly controls the position of the strongest race. But this may also be the result of the machinery clan. It has something to do with the character of the tribe itself. Although they also have some emotions, most of them are rational and will never be bound by various sexual desires. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1392. I am Rahu, and now I have demonstrated the truth through dark civilization, standing in the forest of countless peaks of civilization, gathering the fate of endless civilizations, and becoming the god of darkness. Another chaos Tao sounded, and the speaker was the chaos demon god Luo Hu. And Luo, who was the chaos demon god who competed with Hongjun for the fate of the prehistoric world. His talent was as powerful as Hongjuan's, and even to some extent better than Hongjun. Although he failed to compete for the destiny of the prehistoric world, Luo Hu survived by chance. He even worked hard and developed secretly, never missing the dividends of any era. As a result, his cultivation progress was no less rapid than Hongjuan's. Jun also stands above countless chaos demon gods, surpassing many chaos demon gods, becoming the god of darkness, and obtaining the throne of the six paths.
Wow.
I saw a huge dark world appearing behind Luo Hu, surrounded by endless dark aura, constantly rolling, as if this dark world was a living thing. In this dark world, there are countless dark creatures and demonic creatures, each of which can swallow endless dark power and are inhabited by dark races such as heavenly demons, devils, and hell demons. It can be said that he is the real god of darkness, controlling countless dark creatures. Rahu, the god of darkness? Furukawa naturally sensed the scene. He did not expect that the ancestor of the demonic path, Rahu, could actually obtain a six-path god. He remembered that in his previous life, this Rahu was also famous. Although he failed to compete with Hongjun for the luck of heaven and earth, he was still a god. The strength of the ancestor of the demonic path is simply astonishing. After all, there are not many people except Luo who can compete with the ancestor Hongjun to this extent. Although Luo Hu also failed in this life, he did not die, but returned. Lurking in secret, he gained countless opportunities, which also made his strength grow by leaps and bounds. Like Hongjun, he also lurked in secret and finally won the six paths of gods in this six paths contest, standing above the many chaos demon gods, with full strength unfathomable. This is enough to prove that Rahu's talent is definitely no less than that of Dao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and others, who are also top practitioners. But the more such geniuses the better, the greater the benefit to the Six Paths universe. Furukawa smiled slightly. He was optimistic about the existence of Rahu. Although Rahu is the god of darkness and the ancestor of the devil, if there is light in this world, there will be darkness. Light and darkness coexist and are inseparable. Even without Rahu, there will also be other ancestors of the devil. For the six-path universe, the greater the power of darkness, the greater the power of light. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Therefore, the growth of Rahu is also of great significance to the six-path reincarnation. The benefits. As the Lord of the six paths of reincarnation, Furukawa's vision has long surpassed the level of the ordinary Lord of the universe. No matter how powerful Rahu is, it is impossible to escape from the six paths of reincarnation. I am Wupatian, and now I have demonstrated the Tao through martial arts civilization, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and becoming the god of martial arts. Another chaotic Tao sound sounded, and the speaker was Wupatian, the god of martial arts.
Boom tilde tilde.
I saw only a figure appearing in the chaotic void. His body was thin and small. Compared with the chaotic demon god Pangu, he was simply insignificant, just like a mote of dust. Normal. But he exudes terrifying aura and power, like a collapsed black hole. Every cell in his body is equivalent to the mass of a neutron star. He is just standing in this void, surrounded by light and void. It was distorted, as if it had turned into a black hole, swallowing up the endless vitality of heaven and earth in all directions. This is Wupatian, the god of martial arts. Every move contains earth-shattering power, almost reaching the ultimate level of martial arts. And behind him is the appearance of a vast world. Countless warriors have appeared in this vast world. Each one practices martial arts, tempers his body, fights against heaven and earth, and is unparalleled. The energy and blood in their bodies are also extremely amazing. Each warrior is like a warrior. Like a small sun, it emits scorching light, and the power of qi and blood in it can easily burn countless ghosts to death. These warriors formed a martial arts civilization and mastered earth-shattering combat power. It can be said that the strength of these warriors is not at all Yu. Those warriors of the Wu clan have tempered their bodies to a level rarely seen in ancient times. It is also because of this that martial arts civilization can surpass other civilizations and stand at the pinnacle of many civilizations. Is martial arts civilized? To actually create such martial arts, quantum martial arts, and condense the quantum combat body is really amazing. Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he was amazed. What a vision he had! As a master-level existence, he saw through the mysteries of Wupatian and others at once. There were not many things in the world that could be hidden from him. It can be said that the peerless martial arts created by Wupatian, quantum martial arts, is indeed extraordinary. If it is in the early stages, such martial arts is nothing and cannot be compared to immortal cultivators, but once it enters the later stage, then quantum martial arts, the power of martial arts is immediately revealed. Even without any magic weapons, warriors who are proficient in quantum martial arts can suppress immortals of the same level and can even defeat hundreds of enemies with one. The reason why they are so powerful is because of quantum martial arts. Due to the special nature of science, it can be transformed into infinite quantum particles that can be gathered and dispersed by the heart. Ordinary enemies cannot harm the warrior's body at all. Even if you want to escape, you can escape hundreds of millions of light years in an instant, making it impossible to catch up. But one can imagine how terrifying the high-end combat power of the martial arts civilization is. However, it is extremely difficult to practice quantum martial arts. Not even the top monsters can successfully practice it. Therefore, most of the warriors in the martial arts civilization are just ordinary warriors and cannot compare with them at all. Immortal Cultivation Civilization. If it is a low-end combat power, then the martial arts civilization is just a weak civilization, not worth mentioning at all. But when it comes to high-end combat power, the martial arts civilization is quite terrifying. A top warrior who has mastered the quantum battle body, all of them can defeat opponents of the same level and possess all kinds of incredible magical powers. Therefore, Martial art civilization can stand at the pinnacle of countless civilizations and defeat countless civilized worlds just by relying on the high-end combat power of its warriors. However, this is the cruel fact of the civilized world. What really determines the outcome of a civilization is not mortals, but the high-end combat power, the saints, the masters of the universe. If the top combat power is strong enough, then it doesn't matter how weak the bottom is. And martial arts civilization is such a pyramid-type civilization. The countless ordinary warriors are just a group of beings who provide genes. Their greatest contribution is to continue to reproduce, thus giving birth to some top evil warriors. As long as a few warriors of this level are born, then it can support the entire civilization. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1393. I have experienced thousands of dragons, and now I have proved the way through bloodline civilization, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and becoming a bloodline god. At this time, another god ascended to the throne of the Six Paths. He was a young monster born in this era, a peerless genius who practiced bloodline cultivation Li Wanlong. He was also an unimaginable genius, and he had incredible abilities in bloodline cultivation. His talent and talents have pushed the bloodline practice to an unimaginable level. It is because of this that Li Wanlong created a bloodline civilization, which accommodated countless powerful bloodlines in the world and created as many as Xianxia. Bloodline race. Rumble. I saw a vast shadow appearing in the chaotic void. It was simply an ancient giant. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his body was filled with the aura of wildness, ancientness, sacredness, etc. There are endless blood vessels surging in his body, as if the power of billions of blood vessels are integrated into his body. Each cell is equivalent to a blood vessel. He is the true ancestor and source of blood vessels. It seems that every bloodline life can find the beginning of bloodline in him, and even the cultivation of every bloodline life is closely related to him, constantly contributing part of his strength. Behind Li Wanlong, vast worlds appeared. Countless lives lived in these worlds, but these lives contained various kinds of blood power. Each bloodline power contains the supreme method of enlightenment. If all of them can be developed successfully, then they can leave their own bloodline imprint and message in the world when the bloodline path comes to an end. In fact, this is the horror of the blood race. Every bloodline expert who reaches the end of their life can leave all the inheritance information and evil memories in their bloodline. Every descendant who inherits their bloodline can start bloodline inheritance and obtain blood lineage if they practice to a certain level. The memories of all the ancestors in it. This is a supreme bloodline inheritance method. As long as the bloodline is not cut off, the inheritance will not be cut off. This is more terrifying than any sex inheritance method. Moreover, the accumulation of powerful bloodline warriors from generation to generation is extremely terrifying, which also makes the bloodline clans stronger and stronger each generation, constantly transforming their own bloodline, and their combat power is tyrannical. This is actually the tyranny of bloodline civilization. This civilization is not as simple as one person practicing, but a race practicing at the same time, complementing each other. It can be said that this is not a practice method that other civilizations can compare with. I am Lu Ruxian, and now I have demonstrated the Tao through the evil god civilization, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and achieving the position of the evil god. At this moment, another god has ascended to the throne of the Six Paths. This time, Lu Ruxian, the unparalleled evil spirit born in this era, is the original evil god and the son of the evil god. She has achieved the great path through the evil god's civilization. I saw a peerless woman standing there in the chaotic void. It is filled with strange, twisted, primitive, dark and other auras, as if it is the darkness and evil that distorts everything. Just one look at it, I am afraid that ordinary people will immediately go crazy, and their souls will be affected by the power of the evil god. Completely distorted, becoming a monster without any sense, and disappearing after death. It is different from the dark civilization created by Luo, which is full of killing, blood, and contains the 7 deadly sins, including all sins and darkness in the world. But Lu Rushian created the evil god civilization is even more terrifying and evil. It has only one power, which is fear, bringing endless terror to all living beings. The emotion of fear is the source of the evil god's power, so the evil god civilization is more terrifying than the dark civilization. It not only absorbs the fear of life, but also absorbs the fear of the dead. Any power of fear is also a great benefit to the evil god.
Wow.
And behind Lu Rushian, a dark, twisted, the terrifying world of evil gods, in which countless terrifying evil gods live, seems to be the aggregation of laws. These evil gods are formless and have no trace. They are pure bodies of nothingness and darkness. They are rooted in the world of life. Deep in the heart, they are born from the fear deep in the heart of life. It can be said that evil gods are the symbol of the fear of all living beings and are the most terrifying and terrifying collection. They are immortal existences. As long as all living beings are not destroyed, fear will not exist. Destruction, then the evil gods will not be destroyed. But the evil god civilization is not a civilization that destroys everything because their power comes from all living beings. If all living beings die, then the evil gods will also die. So they will not kill easily. The so-called killing is just a means to cause fear in all living beings. They are like gardeners, nurturing the fear of living beings and then harvesting them every once in a while. I am Isfiel. I have now demonstrated the Tao through magic civilization, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and becoming the god of magic. At this moment, another god ascended the throne of the 6 paths. A woman wearing a white robe was seen standing in the chaotic void. She was holding a staff in her hand, and her body exuded endless magical power. It seemed that she was standing in the void of chaos. Her body is filled with the power of elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, space, etc. All the elemental power and magic power in the world are under her control. And behind her, a vast world appears, and she lives in this vast world. There are countless lives, and these lives are magicians who control the power of the elements of heaven and earth. Even the entire world is shrouded in a huge magic net, just like a sky net, everywhere, full of magic nets. Huge amounts of magic. It can be said that all living things in this world, even weak children, can easily use magic. This is actually the power of magic civilization. The birth of the magic network made the god of magic unprecedentedly powerful. Wherever the magic network covers, that is where magic civilization can withstand and is invincible. It can be imagined that if ordinary people want to practice and gain powerful power, they don't know how much resources, how much money, and how much time it will take. But as for the magic apprentices of the magic civilization, as long as they sense the power of the magic network, they can easily use magic one by one and master extraordinary powers with the body of a child. It can be said that even babies in the magic civilization have mastered the ability to destroy a piece of magic. The power of terrible magic, the power of elements. It is because of this that magical civilization gave birth to many powerful magicians, comparable to gods and demons. With such power, they conquered the heavens and the world and destroyed countless civilized worlds, and finally stood in the forest of civilization. This also allowed the god of magic Isfel to obtain a 6-path god. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1394. I am Metatron, and now I have proven the way through the civilization of the Abyss, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering the fate of endless civilizations, and becoming the god of the Abyss. In an instant, another god ascended to the throne. It was Metatron, the god of the Abyss. At this moment, a black and terrifying eye appeared in the chaotic void. It seemed that its size was comparable to the Master's gray eyeball. The depth of the pupil contains the power of darkness, terror, death, erosion, etc. But it is not an ordinary eye, but the eye of the Abyss. This is the only eye born from the Abyss, and contains the original power of the Abyss. Anyone who looks at the Abyss must be watched by the Abyss. This is how terrifying the Eye of the Abyss is. If you are stared at by the Eye of the Abyss, you will probably die, and you will immediately be eroded by the power of the Abyss and turn into an Abyss monster. Only its eyes can be seen. An Abyss world appeared behind him, with a total of 666 levels. Each level of the Abyss world is inhabited by countless Abyss demons. And the further down you go, the more terrifying the Abyss demons are, and the Abyss power they contain. The more unfathomable and unstoppable it becomes. Even the Lord of the Universe dares not go straight into the Abyss. This Abyss is a garbage dump where the endless negative emotional power of the Six Paths universe gathers. Originally, this was Furukawa's use of the negative emotional power, a discarded place. But as time went by, endless negative forces gathered together and produced incredible changes. As a result, powerful Abyss creatures were born. Because of these terrifying creatures born from negative forces, what they like most is to erode other life, turn other life into abyssal creatures, and continuously grow the creatures. To a certain extent, the Abyss civilization is the enemy of countless civilizations. At the same time, its power is also extremely powerful, surpassing countless civilizations.
Up.
The Eye of the Abyss is the strongest one who emerged from countless powerful Abyss creatures. It swallowed countless powerful Abyss demons and eventually became the strongest Abyss demon and the Lord of the Abyss. So this time it led the Abyss civilization came to the forefront and established a six-path god. And this time in the battle for gods among the six paths, the Abyss civilization was the first to bear the brunt and was besieged by many civilizations. However, even so, the Abyss civilization was able to withstand it and was difficult to be destroyed. I am Fun Baoyan, the master of the magic weapon. Now I have proved the way through systematic civilization, standing in the forest of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and becoming the god of the system. At this time, another god ascended to the throne of the Six Paths. She was the master of magical treasures, the Fenban. At the same time, she also evolved into the god of war system.
Boom tilde.
I saw a huge Fenban appearing in the chaotic void. There is an endless aura of magic weapons permeating her body, just like the mother of all magic weapons. Even if it is the secret treasure of the universe, the ultimate treasure of the universe will have a huge throbbing on Fenban because the breath of Fenban has a huge impact on any magic weapon. The benefits. With just a breath, she can swallow countless unowned magic weapons in the world, causing the magic weapons to tremble. At this moment, vast worlds appear behind her, and every life in these vast worlds has a systematic existences will be cultivated by the power of the system from birth, and cultivated in all aspects. It can be said that these beings are all children of fate, and they can make achievements no matter where they go. In fact, this is the system, the horror of civilization. The real key to system civilization lies not in these lives, but in magic weapons, in these systems with different abilities. This is the horror of system civilization. The system is a powerful auxiliary magic weapon that can assist ordinary beings to grow up quickly. Even ordinary people can quickly become children of destiny and rise quickly. At the same time, the system's hiding ability is also extremely powerful. It can be integrated into the depths of the soul of life. Even a saint, even a king of the universe. It is difficult for the Lord to detect their existence. Therefore, they can easily lurk into major civilized worlds, absorb the power of countless civilizations, and even coexist with the lives of countless civilized worlds, like parasites. To a certain extent, the system civilization is simply an immortal existence. It has long been integrated with many civilizations. Even the Abyss civilization, Demon civilization, and Dark civilization all have systematic civilizations. This is a super civilization that spans the world and countless civilizations. Because of this, even if other civilizations are extremely fearful of system civilization, they are helpless against system civilization, because the invasion of system civilization is pervasive and ubiquitous, making it difficult to ban. What is even more frightening is that the system is also a magic weapon that is difficult to eliminate. Once eliminated, it will also be destroyed. It only eliminates one subclone. In addition, there are many clones, so the system is endlessly killing and destroying them. This is also the method of enlightenment for Fenbayan, the master of the magic weapon. In the beginning, she was just the Sifabeo clan is not bullied by others and can stand at the top of the race. However, after evolving to this level, her original idea has been successful, or even exceeded. Other civilizations and other races are extremely afraid of system civilization. With the existence of the Magic Weapon Clan, the system civilization has been hailed as one of the most powerful civilizations. I am Lucifer, the Lord of Elements. I have now demonstrated the Tao of elemental civilization, standing in the forests of countless civilization peaks, gathering endless civilization luck, and becoming the god of elements. In an instant, another god ascended the throne of the Six Paths. It was Lucifer, the Lord of Elements.
Wow.
I saw a vast god standing in the chaotic void. It was purely made of elements. Creatures, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements are condensed on its body. It seems that the source of the power of all elemental creatures is in its body, and it can control endless elemental power with every move. At this moment, people appeared behind it dimensional worlds. These dimensional worlds are extremely huge, boundless in area, and filled with the ultimate elemental power. These dimensional worlds are not suitable for ordinary creatures to survive, but they are extremely suitable for elemental creatures to survive. Fire elemental creatures, water elemental creatures, earth elemental creatures, gold elemental creatures, wood elemental creatures, wind elemental creatures, dark elemental creatures, etc. Countless elemental creatures live in the cracks of dimensions. And these elemental creatures have also caused the emergence of huge elements among these dead dimensions. The force makes every dimensional space and time filled with majestic elemental energy. To a certain extent, these elemental creatures also make up for the shortcomings of the six universes, making the dead dimensional space and time also contain huge energy. It has to be it is said that elemental civilization is indeed extremely powerful. Every elemental creature is a natural god, and it can also be integrated with each other and is difficult to kill. That is why elemental civilization can stand out among many civilizations. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1395. Rumble. At the same time, not only Pengu, World Tree, Star Tree, Zero, and others obtained the Six Paths godship, but also a powerful person who respected the Six Paths universe obtained the Six Paths godship at the same time. In almost a moment, 129,600 six-path gods were born at the same time, and they simultaneously controlled 129,600 authorities in the six-path universe. In addition to these positions of righteous gods, countless positions of subordinate gods were also born. They are like stars, scattered in every corner of the six paths universe. Click, click, click. The six paths of reincarnation that were originally in a broken state were returned to their original positions by the gods at this moment, and now all the six fragments began to merge together, as if the precise parts were combined into a complete whole. In an instant, a vast, huge, eternal, immortal, and reincarnated aura filled the Six Paths universe, forming a perfect circle. If it were the previous Six Paths of reincarnation, although it could be considered a combination, there were still many gaps through which other enemies could sneak in. But it is different now. In the complete state of Six Paths of reincarnation, even the power of the Lord cannot invade, and any existence will be blocked from the Six Paths of reincarnation. This is the terrifying power of the perfect Six Paths of reincarnation. If someone sees the Six Paths of reincarnation in the outside world, they will immediately feel waves of terror. It is a vast and huge millstone that spans an unknown number of light years and occupies 1% of the area of the cosmic ocean. This is the unimaginable power of reincarnation, which has turned into a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Any life or any universe that comes close will be completely swallowed up and completely integrated into the reincarnation. At this time, the 9 masters were already in a state of inexplicable horror. How could it be so fast? Is this the end of the Six Paths contest for gods? The Dominator Talisman beast couldn't believe its eyes. Originally, it was still thinking of how to stop the Six Paths from fighting for gods, and how to let their power penetrate into this battle for the gods. But before they could think of a solution, this time the battle for gods among the 6 realms has ended. All the divine positions have been allocated, and they have no room to intervene anymore. It suddenly felt chilled. This Lord of the Six Paths of reincarnation is really terrifying, and there is simply no plan left. There is no flaw for them to discover at all. This guy had no intention of giving us any chance. When we discovered the flaw, it was already too late. This time we lost. The castle that dominates all phenomena sighed deeply, helpless. This is the so-called chess move missing. No. Maybe it is not a chess move missing, but that they have been played around by the Lord of Six Paths of reincarnation from the beginning. In the end, they all fell into each other's trap. Now they not only help each other develop the Six Paths of reincarnation and contribute all their strength to the Six Paths of reincarnation, but what's even more deceiving is that they have no way to gain any benefits. Thinking of this, its lungs almost exploded with anger. I don't know how to use any words to describe this feeling. If they could, they just wanted to cut Furukawa into pieces immediately. But it's too late to say anything now. The Six Paths of reincarnation are 10%, and Furukawa is the real Sixth Path of reincarnation. Lord, I have once again mastered the power of the Six Paths of reincarnation, and I don't even know how high my strength has been. But at this time, Furukawa felt a completely different change. With the return of these gods made up for the shortcomings of the 6 reincarnations one by one, and began to be perfectly assembled like broken porcelain fragments. Together, they form a perfect whole. At this moment, he felt that his soul and body were completely integrated into the Lord of Six Paths of reincarnation, and he felt endless source information and energy pouring in. Rumble. In an instant, Furukawa immediately knew that he had once again controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and became the true master of the 6 paths of reincarnation. A force of reincarnation burst out from his body. Immediately, his true form was revealed. It was a vast primitive ancient snake with an extremely huge body that enveloped the entire 6 realms of reincarnation at once. It's like a circle, connected end to end. Although the length of his body is not as long as the eternal river, it is still incredibly long and unimaginably big. It is like a bridge across the cosmic sea, spanning ancient and modern times. This kind of power is too huge. Furukawa's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. The moment he became the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation, an unimaginable amount of original energy immediately surged from the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the original energy that was collected after the 6 paths of reincarnation swallowed up who knows how many universes. Even if the master may not be able to collect it, even if he spends trillions of cosmic reincarnations. But as if these original energies are free of charge, they swarm towards Furukawa's body, pouring into his limbs, his meridians, and acupuncture points. Even every cell in his body. Dong dong dong. In an instant, the cells in his body that were originally in a state of nothingness suddenly became filled with energy, as if a soulless world was suddenly infused with the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every cell in his body became extremely powerful, gained abundant original energy, and formed elementary universes, containing earth-shattering power. Originally, Furukawa's power reached the power of 2 to 3 billion universes of reincarnation. If you practice hard, you don't know how many years of reincarnation it will take to reach the realm of the 9 masters. But now, having been instilled with the energy of the 6 reincarnations, it is like an enlightenment, making his power increase at a geometric level. The speed of counting is increasing. 3 billion universes of reincarnation power, 5 billion universes of reincarnation power, 7 billion universes of reincarnation power, 10 billion universes of reincarnation power, 15 billion universes of reincarnation power, 205 billion cosmic reincarnation power. Furukawa felt that the power in his body was simply skyrocketing, and constantly skyrocketing. The power in his body was growing at an unimaginable speed. If he were an ordinary master of the universe, he would probably grow up in an instant. He would be burst alive by this surge of power, directly blasting his body and soul to pieces. But Furukawa, who has been promoted to the realm of domination, has condensed the body of domination. This is also an infinite body, and it can accommodate endless. The source energy is unparalleled. Therefore, even if it receives so much source energy at one time, Furukawa's original ancient snake body can absorb all of it and even directly take it as his own, without leaving anything behind. This means this is the terrifying and mysterious thing about the Dominator's body. It can be said that such a body is evolving rapidly every moment, possessing unimaginable miraculous power and vast power. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1396. Too Strong. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He felt that after he truly mastered the new 6 paths of reincarnation, the benefits gained were so great and boundless. It would have required tens of billions of years of reincarnation in the universe. The cultivation level that can only be obtained in the past, but now it was obtained all at once, saving an unknown amount of training time, and he caught up with these ancient masters in an instant. He felt that the power in his body was unprecedentedly powerful, and with a slight movement, seems to be able to easily blow up a chaotic universe, unparalleled in power. At this moment, every cell in his body is filled with huge source energy, and every cell is equivalent to a universe, as if his body is a collection of universes. Every breath is equivalent to the breathing of countless universes. One can imagine the tyranny of his power, which is simply different from before. Is this the 6 paths of reincarnation in its complete state? At this moment, Furukawa's soul instantly enveloped the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The soul fluctuation has penetrated every corner of the 6-path universe, every place, and no mystery can be hidden from him. He found that the 6 paths of reincarnation was unprecedentedly powerful at this moment. Compared with the first 6 paths of God contest, the 6 paths of reincarnation at this time was completely mature. It is like a giant beast of reincarnation, entrenched in the cosmic sea, swallowing chaos all the time, assimilating all matter and life within trillions of light years. And the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation is growing every moment. Its growth rate is much more powerful than before. This is the true mature state of the 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 realms of beings. Furukawa also sensed the sentient beings living in the 6 paths universe. the endless true spirits of life are now integrated into the six paths of reincarnation and become part of the cycle. And these true spirits of life also bring huge source energy to the six paths of reincarnation. The energy possessed by the soul of every life is actually quite terrifying. You must know that in Furukawa's previous life, countless demons from hell made contracts with humans, all in order to obtain human souls. Why is this so? That is because of the soul of life. Incomparably precious. Although mortals are extremely weak, the energy contained in the soul is extremely huge. If the energy of each human soul is completely exploded, it is no less than the equivalent of a nuclear bomb explosion. Therefore, to the demons, the human soul is extremely precious. The currency is naturally eager to get it. The same reason, countless souls have been integrated into the six paths of reincarnation. It can be imagined how much energy these souls have brought to the six paths of reincarnation and also promoted the rapid growth of the six paths of reincarnation. Facts: the above two actually complement each other and are indispensable. Now I can do anything. Furukawa took a deep breath. He felt that his current power was too powerful, beyond his current imagination, as if he could do anything. There were many things he couldn't do before, and many spells couldn't be done. He couldn't cast it, but it was different now. For him, casting any spell or magical power was as simple as eating and drinking. Recovery. In an instant, Furukawa's thoughts moved and he immediately controlled the original energy of the six paths of reincarnation.
Wow.
Immediately, the entire outer world of the six paths of reincarnation immediately underwent earth-shaking changes. Originally, due to the war between the gods, the rebels, and the heavenly army, the entire six paths universe was devastated, countless worlds were destroyed, and countless mountains and rivers disappeared. A doomsday-like scene. But under the influence of Furukawa's supreme magic power, these destroyed mountains, rivers, and the world were restored to their original state, as if nothing had happened before. No, it's not just the scars on the earth that have been healed. Even those who lost their lives because of the war are resurrected at this moment and resurrected in this world. It's as if time has gone back countless years to a time before the sons of chaos appeared. Countless mortals have forgotten what happened before. Except for the top magical powers, countless sentient beings have forgotten the memory of this period of history. Although the surface world is a false world, it is also a real world because all lives in this world are real. If not, it would be impossible to hide it from the Nine Masters. It's just that this world cannot control the six realms of authority. It doesn't mean that the life in this world is false. Therefore, the surface world has suffered huge hardships, and Furukawa has only now taken action to restore the surface world to its original state. No matter what hardships they experienced before, it is all over now. At this moment, when the gods in the outer world saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked and unbelievable. They naturally sensed such a vicissitudes of life and the supreme magical power to reverse the world. My God, it's so powerful. The Emperor of Heaven is so powerful. With just a thought, he can restore the whole world to its original state, as if there had never been any war. What kind of magical power and magic is this? A god is simply unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a miraculous magic existed in the world. No, it's not just as simple as restoring the world, but all the dead people have also been resurrected, and all the evil ghosts have returned to hell. It's really amazing. Is this the magical power of the Emperor of Heaven? In just one thought, it is impossible to imagine how to resurrect the entire living beings in the Six Paths universe. But if you do this, wouldn't it go against the will of heaven? Resurrecting the dead and restoring the world to its original state is something that even the Emperor of Heaven may not be able to do without paying a price. I don't know, but looking at the Emperor of Heaven, it seems that this matter is nothing, as if he did it with just a few gestures, which is really unbelievable. But this is really great. I thought many of my colleagues could only be seen in the next reincarnation, but I didn't expect that they would be resurrected now. This can be regarded as avoiding the suffering of reincarnation. Many gods were talking about it, and all of them were very excited. They were so excited that they could not be described in words. Because of this earth-shattering war, the heavens did not know that all the gods had fallen, and how many heavenly soldiers and generals were still alive. The best friends of the gods. Seeing those friends die, all the gods in heaven were helpless and extremely angry in their hearts. But now that the Emperor of Heaven personally took action and resurrected these dead lives, they were simply ecstatic. All credit goes to the original author. At this moment, the 6 paths of samsara already possesses such tyrannical momentum and power. Its mere existence itself brings an unparalleled sense of oppression to the 9 masters. Do they know that such a sense of oppression has always been brought by their 9 masters to other people, but now they feel that other beings have brought such a sense of oppression to themselves? If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not believe it.
Things will happen.
Eternal River, your prediction is indeed correct. The 6 reincarnations at their peak are terrifying and boundless, and they definitely have the power to threaten our 9 masters. Yes, our decision to seize control of the 6 paths of reincarnation was also correct, but we really underestimated the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As a result, we fell into the opponent's way and were completely defeated. I regret it. If I had known that this kid was so scary, we should have fought together and beat him half to death when we first met. Otherwise, how could we have caused such a disaster? It's too late to say anything now. The catastrophe has already occurred, and there is nothing that can be done to change the past. Now we must join forces to deal with this unprecedented enemy. Otherwise, we will surely die. Many masters were talking about it. Their hearts were extremely heavy. Just by sensing the breath of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they felt that their death was coming. It was as if the slightest movement of the magic weapon could shatter the infinite chaotic time and space, and its power was terrifying. Has surpassed the power that a simple master can display. It can be said that the 6 reincarnations at this moment have superimposed the power of countless universes, which cannot be resisted by human power. The enemy faced by the 9 masters is not Furukawa, but fusion. It is a super magic weapon that has absorbed countless cosmic powers. No matter how powerful the 9 masters are, it is difficult to compete with their real nature. This is simply a destructive power. Just sensing such a breath is enough to make countless enemies despair. While at this moment, the power of the 9 masters and Furukawa collided unconsciously, creating a terrifying void storm, causing huge ripples in the cosmic sea in all directions, and the void trembled. And the surrounding masters of the universe naturally felt it. Such aura, they themselves have not left, but are hidden near the 6 paths of reincarnation. I want to know how the victory or defeat will be. Come out. The 9 lords and the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation come out? Really or not, who won? Many masters of the universe were talking about it, and their spiritual consciousness was penetrating towards this direction. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1400. Do you still need to ask? The Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation must have won. If not, how could the 9 masters escape from it? If they had failed, the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation would have been killed long ago and would not have survived to this day. The title Lord of the Universe said in a deep voice, expressing his thoughts. Others couldn't help but nod when they heard this. It is indeed the case. The 9 masters are such cruel figures, and it is absolutely impossible to show mercy. Anyone who is regarded as an enemy by them will definitely be beaten to death. From ancient times to the present, the genius who wants to be the enemy of the master has been beaten to death, and no one can survive. Who wants the 9 masters to show mercy? It's simply a fantasy. Now that the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation is not dead, he is still alive and facing off against the 9 masters. There is only one reason, that is, the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation has won. That's why the 9 Masters did not kill the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. The 9 Masters attacked at the same time, with all their elites, but they couldn't kill the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. How could this happen? The other Lord of the Universe is simply unbelievable. It thought Furukawa was dead before. After all, no one knows how terrifying the 9 Lords are. They are the strongest ones in the universe, and possess invincible combat power. Any enemy who dares to go against the 9 Masters, regardless of their strength, background, or talent, will be doomed and will definitely not survive to the end. But now, facing the attack and killing of the 9 Masters, this Master of the Six Paths of Reincarnation he survived, even defeated the 9 Masters, and won the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This fact is so unbelievable that it can't even believe that such a thing can happen. Nothing is impossible. Even the 9 Masters cannot always be high, and the 9 Masters cannot always be immortal. The Lord of the Universe said in a deep voice. It seems that this Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is really a rare monster in the ancient times. It is really terrifying to be able to force the 9 Masters to such an extent. Not necessarily. Although the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation successfully withstood the attacks of the 9 Masters and controlled the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the strength of the 9 Masters has not been damaged in any way. The outcome may not be known yet. Indeed, even if this kid is in charge of 6 reincarnations, the 9 Masters have survived for countless years of reincarnation in the universe. Isn't this kind of strength extraordinary? It seems that the outcome is still not known yet and further confirmation is needed. But no matter what, the future absolute overlord of the universe, C, will be born at this time. Many Masters of the universe were talking about it. They were all staring at the battle between the 9 Masters and Furukawa because they knew that this battle would determine the future of the universe, C, for countless years of reincarnation. But they could not do anything but to act as a spectator. At this moment, Furukawa and the 9 Masters were facing each other from a distance, and the auras of the two sides were constantly colliding, as if countless universes were clashing, and each collision erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. If other Masters of the universe come close, I am afraid that they will be blasted into debris by such energy fluctuations in an instant, wiped out into ashes. Nothing will exist, and will completely disappear into the sea of universe. Do you think you can avoid death by escaping from the 6 realms of reincarnation? Furukawa looked at the 9 Masters indifferently. He exuded an unfathomable aura, as if it was an infinite universe, encompassing everything in the world. It is naturally impossible to escape, even if we can escape temporarily, but as the 6 paths of reincarnation continue to evolve and devour the infinite universe, sooner or later there will be no room for us in the entire cosmic sea, so death will happen sooner or later, and we are the only one. The only way to survive is to beat you to death. Only in this way can we avoid our fate of death. There is no other way. The Lord of Vientiane Castle said. In fact, they can see clearly that even if they can escape now and avoid Furukawa's pursuit, they cannot escape. This is because of the characteristics of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the 6 paths of reincarnation continues to grow, sooner or later one day, all the universes in the cosmic sea will be swallowed up by this reincarnation monster, and even the continent of origin cannot be avoided. At that time, the entire cosmic sea will be transformed into the bag of the 6 paths of reincarnation and turned into the territory of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everything has really arrived at that time. It was useless for their 9 Masters to hide in any corner of the cosmic sea. The so-called escape only temporarily delayed their own death. And if so many universes were really swallowed up by the 6 paths of reincarnation, at that time I don't know how powerful the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation is. It is estimated that the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation at any time could kill them dozens of times with just a breath. Because of this, the 9 Masters understand this very well. If you don't want to die, you can only take advantage of this opportunity Take advantage of the moment when Furukawa has not completely controlled the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and has not raised his power to its peak, so as to kill Furukawa and let the 6 paths of reincarnation be broken again. Otherwise, they are bound to die. So, in this situation, even if they don't want to confront Furukawa, they are forced to confront Furukawa. It can be said that Furukawa has forced them into a desperate situation, leaving no room for them. As expected of the master, it seems that you are also very aware of your situation, so I don't need to waste my words. Furukawa looked at the 9 masters calmly.
Kill.
In an instant, the 9 masters rushed towards Furukawa, attacking with the force of thunder, and all of them exploded with the strongest magic power in their body. Immortal Talisman, suppress the Eternal Ancient. The dominant talisman beast took action first, and countless talisman power erupted from it, and even a total of 666 origin words flew out from it. Each origin word contained a law of origin, containing earth-shattering power. These origin words are the treasures collected from the Gate of Origin over the countless reincarnations of the talisman beasts over the years. Now they have been taken out without any hesitation. It can be said that now it is considered it truly shows the strength of the Ancient Master. This is the foundation of the Ancient Master. In an instant, it explodes with the attack power of tens of billions of universe reincarnations. In just an instant, such power is enough to smash everything, making the chaotic universe exploded into pieces. Especially the 666 origin characters were integrated into the Immortal Talisman, forming a peerless talisman array. It was simply terrifying and shocking to the past and the present. Just the wisps of chi that diffuse out can penetrate the heaven and the earth and attack the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.